Chapter 4365. It turned out that the giant hand above Chang Yu's head was only used to lure the enemy. It was only an empty shell, and Chang Yu had actually fallen into the enemy's trap. Chang Yu's body shattered, and as his flesh and blood scattered, a 1-foot-long crimson infant flew out from the top of Chang Yu's head. This nascent soul held a shuttle-shaped magic treasure in its hands, and its face was filled with anxiety. Just as the nascent soul was about to activate the magic treasure, the light from the magic treasure flickered several times, and the flying shuttle that was trapped by the halo could not escape. The nascent soul spat out a mouthful of true yuan, which landed on the flying shuttle in its hands. The heaven-earth yuan qi around the flying shuttle condensed into a hurricane, but unfortunately, the flying shuttle had just taken shape and could not fly out. The giant hand that tore through Chang Yu's body rose again, and once again enveloped Chang Yu's nascent soul. At this time, Chang Yu no longer cared about counterattacking. Instead, the light around his body flashed rapidly, and a small part of his body was rapidly disintegrating. It seemed that he wanted to use teleportation to escape. It was also at this time that Lan Wang opened his mouth. Swoosh! A sword-like golden light rushed out, and the golden light streaked across the sky. Pooh! It pierced into the nascent soul's body, and Chang Yu's nascent soul that had just disappeared reappeared, and it was rapidly shrinking towards the golden light. Then die. Chang Yu saw that he was no match for the enemy, and knew that there was no way out. Boom! His entire nascent soul exploded. Seeing this, Lan Wang urged the nascent soul's hand, and hurriedly shouted at the group of Golden Core cultivators, "Senior Qing Su, quick, don't let him attract the attention of others." Behind the Golden Core cultivators, spiritual master Qing Su's figure appeared, but he did not listen to Lan Wang's words. Instead, he raised his hand, and the dozen or so Golden Core cultivators who were unprepared were all caught by him, and their magic power was sealed. "Senior." Lan Wang was shocked. "What are you doing?" Spiritual master Qing Su did not answer Lan Wang at all. Instead, he waved his hand, and the dozen or so Golden Core cultivators were all thrown into the explosion of the nascent soul. Pa pa pa. A series of explosions sounded, and blood splattered everywhere. Minced flesh and broken limbs fell from the air, and pu. They fell into the pitch-black pool. Qing Su Zhenren, what are you doing? Seeing that Chang Yu's nascent soul had disappeared in the wake of the shockwave, his nascent soul's hand had also collapsed from the explosion, and the entire pool had been blown up into the air along with the countless algae and lotus flowers. When the pool water fell back down, it was soaked in the blood of a dozen Golden Core cultivators. In the entire sky above the pool, other than himself, there was only Reverend Qing Su. Prince Lan could not help but say angrily. Daoist Master Qing Su did not answer. He raised his hand and pointed. The halo fell and Chang Yu's flying shuttle fell into his hand. Spiritual Master Qing Su stroked the flying shuttle which was still unyielding like a spirit snake inside. Spiritual Master Shao, oh Spiritual Master Shao, you are indeed a genius. The magic weapon you casually gave to your disciple can be so powerful. This old man is truly impressed. Spiritual Master Qing Su opened his mouth and a spiritual talisman fell down, imprisoning the flying shuttle and keeping it in his arms. Only then did he release his divine sense to check for a moment and said to Prince Lan, "Since Chang Yu is in danger, how can you not be injured? Since you are injured, how can your disciples return alive? Moreover, these disciples have seen you kill your own junior brother. Do you think you can rest assured that they are still alive? But these are my trusted disciples that I have painstakingly cultivated." Prince Lan was really angry. The entire fortune gate will be yours in the future. Do you still care about these small sacrifices? Daoist Master Qing Su took out the universe ring from his bosom and threw some demon race corpses into the pool. He smiled and said, "Moreover, after you kill Xiong Yi and bring these disciples back to the hidden immortal mainland, not only will the Grand Mist Ancestor reward you, he will also send you more subordinates. These disciples today are nothing. I am not greedy for the ancestors' reward. I just don't want the fortune gate that I have painstakingly built to be destroyed." Prince Lan was still angry. Spiritual Master Qing Su smiled and waved his hand. There is no need to say any more. Chang Yu's death must have attracted the attention of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Moreover, Xiong Yi will be here soon. You better think of an explanation quickly. Humph. Prince Lan snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He knew that Spiritual Master Qing Su was telling the truth. However, he only flew for 1,000 feet before he cursed, "Damn it! How could Chang Yu arrive first? How could his death not arouse Xiong Yi's suspicion? How should I kill Xiong Yi? Moreover, why was this Chang Yu so stubborn? Master can't save him, so why can't he protect the Fortune Gate? Since you can't kill him, then follow the ancestors' plan. Bring the disciples to attack by Qingyu and find an opportunity during the battle. The ancestor will also arrange for disciples to assist you. Even if you can't kill Xiong Yi, your prestige will surpass Xiong Yi's. When you return from the Thousand Beasts sacred land to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, Li Xiang will naturally be under you. His Highness lands and Reverend Qing Su's voices grew softer and softer as their figures disappeared. The waves on the pitch-black pool still could not calm down and the color of blood did not disappear. Even though the flesh and corpses had fallen into the deep pool, the traces of blood were smeared on the algae. After the time it took to finish a meal, the smell of blood had faded away, and the water in the pool had also gradually calmed down. At a corner of the pool, a lotus flower that was a few feet in size quietly bloomed, and an incomplete nascent soul emerged from it with shock and weakness. Wasn't that Xian Ping's nascent soul, who had escaped from Yizhao Ridge earlier? Xian Ping's nascent soul didn't dare to stay here for long. He forcefully sucked in a breath of heaven and earth origin energy, and his body emitted a dim light. He randomly found a direction and hurriedly fled. What? Junior brother Chang Yu was in danger? Although Xiong Yi was very sad when he heard the news of Chang Yu's death, there wasn't much surprise in his tone. After all, from the hidden immortal continent to the Thousand Demons' sacred territory, he had lost close to 50% of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Moreover, when he was passing through the demonic demon race's territory, he had encountered the demonic demon race's patrol team. Coincidentally, the patrol team had a mountain patrol envoy. Although Xiong Yi and the other Fortune Gate's disciples had killed the patrol team, they had paid a heavy price, and Xiong Yi himself was also injured. If Xiong Yi was already in such a state, how could Chang Yu, who had just stepped into the early nascent soul realm, be any better? Therefore, Xiong Yi didn't have any doubts about Prince Lan's words. AI, that's right. At this time, Prince Lan's face was also pale, as if he was injured. Junior brother Chang just arrived here and realized that senior brother didn't arrive in time. He was worried and insisted on bringing his disciples to welcome you. How could junior brother let him come? Thus, he brought his disciples to welcome you. Junior brother Chang was afraid that junior brother's strength wasn't enough, so he insisted on following me. In the end, an hour ago, we met the demonic demon race at the lake on the mountain ridge. Prince Lan choked as he said this. Junior brother Chang Yu and a dozen of junior brother's disciples died in that battle. In order to protect junior brother Chang Yu self-detonated his nascent soul and perished together with the mountain patrol envoy. AI. Xiong Yi sighed and patted Prince Lan's shoulder. Junior brother, don't blame yourself too much. Bring me there to take a look. Prince Lan was overjoyed. He raised his hand and pointed to the distance, but stopped Xiong Yi. It's there, but junior brother doesn't recommend senior brother to go there. Junior brother clearly saw that junior brother Chang Yu didn't leave behind any remains. Moreover, the mountain patrol envoy died. Who knows if their mountain patrol master will come? Did you bring back junior brother Chang's belongings? Xiong Yi asked again. Junior brother Chang's natal magic treasure has already exploded. Junior brother didn't have time to pick up his storage bag, so it should have fallen into the lake. Prince Lan didn't take these things back then because he wanted to lure Xiong Yi back. However, Xiong Yi thought for a moment and sighed. If you didn't take them, then don't take them. Most of junior brother Chang's belongings were left to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range disciples. Whether we can return today is still a question. What do we need those things for? After saying this, Xiongyi instructed, let's go quickly. After we meet up, we'll quickly change locations. Since we've already attracted the attention of the mountain patrol master, it's inevitable that there will be a big battle. Yes, senior brother. Prince Lan couldn't help feeling disappointed, but he didn't dare to refute and nodded his head in agreement. Although Xiaohua had made it clear before leaving the soaring dragon mountain range that the entire fortune gate would be jointly managed by Xiongyi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiang was different from Xiongyi and Prince Lan. He was more of a supervisor. Compared to Xiongyi and Prince Lan, Xiongyi was more proficient in sect affairs and had great foresight. His ability to judge the situation and size up the situation was better than Prince Lan's. Therefore, although the two of them discussed many things, and Xiongyi also listened to Prince Lan's opinion, Prince Lan was well aware that he couldn't compare to Xiongyi. The matter of going to the Thousand Beasts sacred land to save Xiaohua was also arranged by Xiongyi. When the two nascent soul cultivators returned to the forest sea, the Fortune Gate disciples all sighed when they heard that Jianghu had fallen. However, Jianghu didn't have many disciples, and the number of Fortune Gate disciples that died this time was too high, so no one suspected anything. When they received Xiongyi's order, they hurriedly packed up. Some flew, some escaped, and some rode on flying boats. More than 10,000 people quickly moved to another location. Xiongyi was naturally with Royal Highness Lan. At this time, he had already taken a pill, and the color on his face had slightly recovered. He frowned and asked Royal Highness Lan, Junior Brother, has Patriarch Ingbo of the Loi Merchant Union not arrived yet? Yes. Prince Lan nodded and replied, Junior Brother has been waiting here for more than 10 days, but I haven't seen any demonic beasts from the Flowing Merchant Union. Moreover, we didn't set a specific time with him. Judging from the itinerary, it should be in the next few days. Xiongyi pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. This place is not far from Baiqingyu. If we continue forward, I'm afraid we'll attract Beast Monarch Baiqingyu's attention. We can only wait here for a few more days. After we meet up with Ingbo, we'll find a suitable solution. Chapter 4366. Senior Brother. His Highness Lan tried to sound Huang Xiaolong out. Ever since Ingpo sent a message to our Fortune Gate, there hasn't been any news from him. Even though he was the one who arranged the 3 groups of disciples' route to the Fortune Gate. However, there hasn't been any news from him after such a long time. This junior brother feels that something is wrong. What's wrong? Xiongyi smiled. The Endless Stream Commerce Union took the initiative to come to our Fortune Gate, and at the same time, presented Master's token. In the past 200 years, our Fortune Gate and the Endless Stream Commerce Union have grown closer. As we grow, so do they. From what Ingpa said, the Endless Stream Commerce Union's development is inseparable from our Fortune Gate, and even more inseparable from Master. Without Master, the Endless Stream Commerce Union wouldn't exist today. If Ingpo was a demonic beast, this junior brother wouldn't think too much. After all, Ingpa is also a demonic beast that values friendship. He wouldn't do anything to betray Master. His Highness Lan replied, however, Ingpa is not only a demonic beast, he is also the patriarch of a tribe, and represents the Endless Stream Commerce Union. For Master, we can disregard the price and come even if we know it's a dead end, but what about Ingpo's tribe? They may not be. Xiongyi raised his head and saw that the sky was already covered with dark clouds. The originally clear sky was unknowingly covered by a strong wind, and not only did the wind fail to blow away the dark clouds, it even added to the bleakness of the sky. Xiongyi looked at the clouds in the sky, and a strange light flashed in his eyes as he replied, everything depends on the will of the people, justice only exists between heaven and earth. Xiongyi's words were sincere, but His Highness Lan snorted disdainfully at his words. However, His Highness Lan didn't dare to say anything, and only replied, yes, junior brother understands. Right at this time, the scouting birds suddenly dove down from the clouds in the sky, heading in a certain direction. Seeing this, Xiongyi's expression was neither happy nor sad as he ordered, junior brother, go take a look. If I'm not mistaken, Ingpa should be here. Yes, senior brother. His Highness Lan was a little surprised by Ingpo's arrival. He nodded and flew over to where Yingpo was. Sure enough, not long after, dozens of Yingpo's clansmen hurriedly rushed over. After saluting Xiong Yi, they presented their jade eyes to him and respectfully said, "Xiong's sect leader, our clan heard that Daoist Master Shao is in trouble. Therefore, we came here with the full strength of our clan to rescue him. Because there are too many people, if we were to stay together with the disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, it would be easy to attract the attention of other demon clans. Therefore, our patriarch sent us here to lead the way for the disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Patriarch will lead more than 6,000 of our clansmen to set off from other places. As for the specific details, please check the Jade Eyes, sect head." Hiss. When Royal Highness Lan heard this, he unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. He understood the situation of the Yingbo clan. In the early years, the Yingbo clan lost their place of residence in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm due to fighting. The entire clan moved to the hidden Immortal Continent, and that was how the Luo-Yi Merchant Union came into existence. In other words, the Yingbo clan only had a little more than 3,000 people back then, and was on the verge of extinction. Although after more than 200 years of recuperation, the Luo-Yi Merchant Union had now reached more than 10,000 clansmen. However, the Luo-Yi Merchant Union was also very large now. For the Yingbo clan to send more than 6,000 clansmen to rescue Xiao Hua, it was indeed the strength of the entire clan. This made Royal Highness Lan really unable to understand. "I thank you on behalf of Master." Xiong Yi nodded slightly. "I won't say any more superfluous words. Everything will be discussed after we rescue Master." "Yes. We understand." That demon was very clever. After saluting, he quickly left. Xiong Yi picked up the Jade Eyes and looked at it for a moment. Then, he said to Royal Highness Lan, "Pass down the order to all disciples. 3 days later, according to the plan, we will attack by Qingyu." "Yes." At this point, how could Royal Highness Lan still dare to say half a word of objection? He could only go along with it and think of another set of countermeasures in his heart. The clear sky was gone, and the clouds were dense. Wind and clouds were coming. Would the heavy snow be far away? Looking at the layers of clouds above by Qingyu for more than 10 days, the cold wind blew again and again, but there were no raindrops falling. And on this day, finally, a little bit of snow was born from the layers of clouds. It transformed into a salt pan and sprinkled down, as though it was adding some flavor to the feast. "Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping us." Bai Qingyu's demon monarch Bai Qing's slightly hoarse voice drifted in the snow. The human race often says that drinking wine in the rain and eating meat in the snow are the 2 greatest pleasures in life. Now, seeing that my Bai Qingyu's feast is about to start, even the heavens want to attend it. "Yes, congratulations brother Bai, congratulations brother Bai." Ancient Bell Mountain's demon monarch and I Quan's voice sounded at the same time. "This is the omen of Bai Qingyu's great prosperity. I'm very envious. I don't dare, I don't dare." Bai Qing laughed again and said, "With ancient Bell Mountain and concealed sky ridge in front of us, how would I, Bai Qingyu, dare to talk about prosperity? It's only because there's another demon brother behind me that I have the guts to add some jokes to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm." "Huh, yes, it's rare for the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to be so lively." The Demon King of Shrouding Sky Ridge didn't continue to flatter her. Instead, he followed Bai Qing's words and said, "Today, Bai Qingyu's banquet actually attracted humans, demons, and even dragons. It truly surprised many demon kings nearby. Come, 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 let's toast brother Bai." Ni Quan continued. "Please, please." All the demon monarchs and demon generals congratulated in unison. The liveliness drove away the coldness in the entire world. The place where the voices came from was the foothills in front of the Heavenly Dam Water Prison. Now, a feast had already been set up. At the top, the 3 demon monarchs were raising their cups. On the stone table in front of them, bloody meat was steaming with the smell of blood. Below the 3 demon monarchs, there were many greater demons raising their cups to congratulate them. Below the greater demons, there were dozens of demon generals who were either prostrating, sitting cross-legged, or leaning against the wall. All of them raised their wine cups and held bloody meat in their hands, shouting loudly and making a racket. What a lively scene! After 3 rounds of drinking and a little bit of meat, the liveliness died down a little. Bai Qing was a little displeased. He released his yuan will to look around and asked loudly, "Where's the mountain patrol?" "I'm here." A demon of the 6th grade Yuan Qi flew out from the foothills and bowed respectfully. "The feast has already begun." "Where's the promised feast?" "Yes, Your Majesty. I've already followed Your Majesty's instructions and retreated the demon soldiers in Bai Qingyu's 4 realms," the mountain patrol hastily replied. I think at this moment, those tough humans. Before the mountain patrol could finish his words, demon monarch Peng Jun's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light. He laughed and said, it's coming, the liveliness is coming, haha, as expected." Ni Quan also looked up into the distance and laughed while clapping his claws. There. The group of greater demons also turned their heads and looked in that direction. Seeing this, Bai Qing shouted, "Don't release your primordial thoughts. Don't disturb our food." Then, he turned his head and shouted, "Come, pass my order. Beat the drum and start the feast. Open the demon array." "Yes, Your Majesty." The mountain patrol answered and raised his hand to take out a triangular flag. As he activated his demon energy, a demon cloud flew out from the flag and landed between the mountains and swamps. Boom! At the place where the demon cloud landed, hundreds of tricolored light pillars shot up into the sky and enveloped the space within 100 miles. These light pillars slowly fell from the sky and intertwined with each other. A huge light screen slowly unfolded in front of the foothills. On the light screen was a scene 10,000 miles away. Before the demons could see what was on the light screen, dong dong dong. The sound of war drums sounded from above their heads again. The demons looked up and saw hundreds of shell-type demons stretching out their transmogrified tentacles. The tentacles held drumsticks that were a few feet thick and were beating the huge drum that was more than 100 feet in size. The sound of the drum spread in all directions. Before the sound of the drum, the halo caused by the light pillars stirred up the clouds. Layers of clouds surged in all directions. At the end of the turbulent clouds, between the towering mountain, 4 rainbows streaked across the sky. The divine will also swept across the sky like a surging river. When it swept across the 5-colored halo that covered the mountains and swamps, the halo produced layers of ripples. Many illusions appeared between the ripples. When the divine will fell into it, it immediately showed signs of dissipating. The 4 divine wills did not dare to delay and quickly retreated. When the rainbows stopped in mid-air, Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and Gusu Chudi appeared in the clouds. Unsurprisingly, the 4 of them all showed a trace of paleness on their faces. Their eyes were also filled with shock. "We're finally here." The shock in Gusu Chudi's eyes faded. Unconsciously, she revealed a sense of relief. She muttered in a low voice and turned to look at the direction they came from. Using her injured divine will, she said again, "Xingzi, I'm afraid the people from the Xianhuang token will catch up soon." "That's right." Pity appeared on Zhai Xingzi's face. He said again, "We've been in a hurry. Now that we've finally stepped into Bai Qingyu's sphere of influence, we have no regrets even if we die. However, Chior, it's been hard on you." "It's okay." Gusu Chudi narrowed her eyes and looked at the 5-colored halo that began to fill the area ahead. She was not inferior to men. She smiled and said, "Accompanying my husband for a day is equivalent to accompanying the Xianhuang Immortal Palace for 100 years. I've been with my husband for so long and I'm already filled with happiness. I once swore that I don't want to be born on the same day, but I want to die on the same day. It's my fortune to be able to go to the netherworld with my husband today." Zhai Xingzi was a bit choked up. He held Gusu Chudi's hand and said, "If I don't die today, the first thing I do when I return to the hidden immortal continent is to go to the Gusu clan to ask for your hand in marriage. Not to mention being bullied, even if I'm beaten to death, I'll accept it." Zhai Xingzi. Every woman wanted a proper status. Even Gusu Chudi, who was a 5th-level origin power grandmaster, could not escape the nature of this kind of woman. She knew that Zhai Xingzi's status was far from hers, and the Gusu clan would definitely not agree. Furthermore, she had faked her death, so it would be extremely difficult for Zhai Xingzi to officially marry her. Now that she heard Zhai Xingzi's words, she couldn't help but feel sad. Tears even flowed down her face. She nodded and said, "My husband is right. What I have to face, I have to face eventually. I want to be my husband's real wife." Chapter 43-67. Well said. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong also clapped their hands and said, "Let's make an agreement here. After we survive here, we will go with Daoist Master Xiao to Gusu clan to ask for her hand in marriage." "Thank you, uncles." Gusu Chuti's face blushed and she replied in a low voice. Boom. As she spoke, more than 10 demon clouds flew out from the 5-colored halo in the distance. 5 demon generals led thousands of demon soldiers and surrounded them with weapons. Alas! Sun Kong sighed and said, "We originally wanted to sneak in quietly and find a chance to rescue Xiao Hua. Who would have thought that not only did the Immortal Palace's Xianhuang token intercept us halfway, but even Bai Qingyu's Demon King was prepared. This trip is really a dead end. Even if it's a dead end, we still have to give it a try." Zhang Daoran looked at the demon generals flying over and said word by word, "Seeing that Daoist Master Xiao is in trouble, if we don't give it a try, how can we be at ease?" "Kill!" Sun Kong Shangren roared and slapped the top of his head. A beam of light gushed out and landed in midair. Then, Sun Kong Shangren's body flashed with a green brilliance. His nascent soul Dharma body had expanded to 1,000 feet in just a moment. Woo! Sun Kong opened his mouth again, and his magic treasure soared into the sky. The shrill sound of wind whistling came from the magic treasure, and wind blades sharper than flying swords shrouded the space of 1,000 feet. Then, Sun Kong's nascent soul avatar flew up and formed seals with his hands, and the wind blades attacked a demon general flying over. Upon seeing Venerable Sun Kong reveal his nascent soul Dharma body, the demon general also let out a loud roar and the 5-colored light around his body began to sway like ripples. Within the light, several hundred pillars of light that were invisible to the naked eye fell from the sky. Muffled booms continuously rang out nearby as the demon general's body began to swell. In just a short moment, he was already over 1,000 feet in size. Exalted Master Sun Kong's wind blades crossed the vast sky and enveloped the space around the fiend general. The power of the domain and the wind blades seemed to have cut through space. However, when the wind blades fell on the demon general's halo, ka, sounds suddenly rang out. The halo was cut and annihilated under the power of the domain, but under the halo, the demon general's hard shell only had white scratches. It couldn't cause any substantial damage to the demon general. Ha! Seeing this, the demon general couldn't help but laugh. Humans are just blood-eating ears. Kill! While speaking, the demon general's shell suddenly opened, and a dazzling brilliance rushed out like the sun. The space imprisoned by Sun Kong instantly collapsed under the brilliance, and where the brilliance landed, the wind blades were cut and neatly cut into several pieces. The brilliance produced a boundless suction force sucking the wind blades. Damn it, what is this 5-colored brilliance? Why is it so powerful? Sun Kong was shocked and quickly activated Heaven Howl again. The treasure let out a powerful roar and yellow light came out of all the holes at the same time. When the threads of light fell into the air, they strangely twisted together. Mysterious creatures as thin as mosquitoes swam around the threads of light. Woo woo. Waves of ghostly wails and howls came from the void. Strands of the world's origin energy that had condensed into crystal threads appeared like a spider web and landed on the threads of light. Buzz. The space within hundreds of meters shook. A red and yellow hurricane broke through everything like a dragon. It carried the arrogance of Sun Kong as it roared and pounced at the demon general. The demon general was shocked and didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly shrank his demon body and the halo of the shell quickly flapped to protect his demon body. In just a few seconds, there was a loud bang and the red and yellow tornado had already arrived before the demon general. It hit the five-colored shell. The moment the five-colored light was hit, it turned into thumb-sized vortexes. Each vortex had a suction force and each vortex had five-colored light piercing into the air. Sun Kong Shangren had already used all his strength in this attack. Although the demon general's innate ability was powerful, under the hurricane, the tens of millions of vortexes all collapsed. Every ray of light turned into fireflies. When all the halos were annihilated, there was a crisp sound, and the demon general's shell was actually smashed into pieces. The demon general didn't dare to continue fighting. The demon cloud below him quickly formed and he was about to escape into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Sun Kong was overjoyed and let out a roar. His nascent soul body turned into wind and heaven howl smashed toward the demon general like thunder. "Sun Kong, be careful." Just at this moment, Gusuchuri's shocked voice echoed. Sun Kong was startled, but he didn't dare to be negligent and quickly retreated. Swoosh. It was also at this moment that the dozen or so shells that had been shattered by Sun Kong suddenly flew into the air, heading straight for Sun Kong's chest. When he saw the shell shards streaking through the air, fine spatial cracks appeared, and the sharp shards even touched his protective light. The light was sliced apart like silk. Sun Kong was shocked. Venerable Master Sun Kong hurriedly activated the power of his domain, wanting to seal the space around him. However, the power of his domain turned into nothing when it landed on the five-colored center of the halo. Not good. Exalted Sun Kong hurriedly teleported, but he was still too late. Puff. Puff. Several muffled sounds were heard as the three shell fragments broke through Exalted Sun Kong's defenses and stabbed into his body. 3 streams of blood immediately spewed out. Weak human. The demon general sneered and no longer tried to compete with Sun Kong. The demon general quickly rotated and the five-colored light smashed into Sun Kong's nascent soul body. Damn it. Sun Kong hurriedly circulated his quintessential essence in an attempt to repair the injuries on his body. However, the five-colored halo was extremely strange. His quintessential essence was either absorbed or destroyed by the halo. Sun Kong was unable to repair it at all. Exalted Sun Kong cursed in his heart when he saw the demon general attacking once more, and he hurriedly utilized the wind movement technique to dodge. Since Sun Kong was the first to attack, Zhang Daoran naturally wouldn't be any slower. Just as Sun Kong used Heaven Howl, Sun Kong also used Drifting Snow. At this moment, there were already snowflakes falling from the horizon. Drifting snow rushed into the air, immediately enveloping the space within a radius of a few miles. The traces of ice were like spatial cracks as they rapidly attacked the demon general opposite of them. Wherever the ice crack passed, all the snow particles shook. In an instant, they turned into fist-sized ice balls that smashed towards the demon general from all directions. Wisps of green-white light rotated within the ice balls. Each ice ball would emit a strange whistling sound as it cut through the sky. Caw. Zhang Daoran's opponent was a giant rock. The giant rock let out a long cry and spread its wings. A shadow that was hundreds of feet large immediately appeared. The giant rock coldly looked at the ice and snow that filled the sky. Demonic light flashed around its body and more beams of light fell between its wings. A shadow that was hundreds of feet large surged out of the giant rock's body. Boom! 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 The great rock's demonic body rushed into the ice and snow space. As it flapped its wings, the ice balls were smashed into powder. Every time the ice balls exploded, the spinning halos would produce a violent force. However, the explosion of these ice balls only destroyed a trace of the giant rock's shadow. When the giant rock broke through all the ice and shattered the countless ice cracks, the giant rock had already flown above Zhang Daoran's head. The giant rock let out a sinister laugh. Its sharp claws that were dozens of feet long slashed down. Under the claws, the giant rock sealed the space within several hundred feet. Not only did the ice and snow disappear, but even the protective light around Zhang Daoran's body was about to be extinguished. Sigh. Zhang Daoran sighed. The giant rock in front of him had the strength of a 6th-grade origin energy. Moreover, the demonic race's demonic body was tyrannical. Using strength to break through techniques was never a lie. Zhang Daoran's techniques couldn't defeat the giant rock, and he was at an absolute disadvantage in close combat. In just a short exchange, he was already forced to the edge of life and death. Zhang Daoran sighed and slapped the top of his head. A layer of greenish-white emerged from the surface of his body. Ancient talismans appeared on the greenish-white layer. Following which, the space around Zhang Daoran was immediately covered by a layer of solid ice. Pooh! Just as the layer of ice formed, an ice pillar that was several feet long shot out from the top of Zhang Daoran's head. This ice pillar shot straight into the sky. Wherever the ice pillar passed, the space was frozen. The space that the giant rock sealed also cracked and shattered inch by inch. Gotcha! The ice pillar collided with the giant rock's claws. Under the great force, the ice pillar also collapsed. However, the ice pillar only collapsed by a few feet. Zhang Daoran spat out another mouthful of blood. Wang! The ice pillar trembled and crazily rolled upwards. Not only did it freeze the giant rock's claws, it also spread towards the giant rock's abdomen. Ha, human, you've been tricked. The giant rock didn't panic at all. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Following which, the giant rock opened his mouth. Woo! A beam of greenish-red fire swept out crazily. In an instant, it covered Zhang Daoran's entire body. Furthermore, the giant rock's feathers also surged with threads of fire. In a few breaths' time, the ice pillar that was sealing him was melted. Damn it! Zhang Daoran could feel the scorching threads of fire surging into his body. He cursed furiously. He didn't dare to fight anymore. His figure flashed rapidly. He wanted to teleport out of the sea of fire. However, after he channeled his powers, his body also shook a few times. The space around him was actually sealed tightly by the giant rock. Zhang Daoran couldn't escape. When Zhang Daoran summoned drifting snow, Zhai Xingzi's gaze was like lightning. He swept across another demon who was also looking at him. Their gazes collided in midair. It was as if sparks were flying. Zhai Xingzi didn't turn back. He only instructed plainly, "Chiu, your injuries haven't healed. Why don't you hold the fort for the three of us?" All right. Gusuchuri knew that it wasn't a good time for her to fight. She smiled and said, "This time, I'll be a little lazy." Chapter 43-68. Okay. As Zhai Xingzi spoke, starlight surged around his body. Countless beams of starlight and moonlight descended from the sky and landed on his body. At this moment, star symbols appeared on the surface of Zhai Xingzi's body. It was like a star map that protected his body. Gusuchuri retreated slightly and raised his hand. The shoot the moon bow was already in his hand. He activated his true chi and beams of chi rushed into the shoot the moon bow. A cold moon arrow that was a few feet long was slowly formed. Rumble. Zhai Xingzi flew out, and the demon summoned his demon cloud to meet him. Zhai Xingzi waved his hand, and the star fragment appeared. The space within a few miles immediately darkened. The stars on the star fragment activated the power of the stars and moon, sealing the space. The brilliance of the stars was like a sword, piercing towards the demon. This monster was short and fat. There was a horn that was 3 inches long on top of his head. The wings on his back were also only a few feet long. The monster saw that the space around him was sealed. He activated his monster power but didn't see the beams of starlight and moonlight descend. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Seeing the light of the stars and moon piercing towards him, the monster let out an angry roar. He waved his claws in the air and the space around him was torn apart like silk. The space shattered and the light of the stars and moon was naturally distorted. Most of the light scattered. However, when the light pierced through the shattered space and pierced the monster's body, his body was immediately cut open. Strands of monster blood flowed out. Roar. The monster was furious. A grayish-black monster cloud appeared around him. The monster cloud crazily surged and rushed towards the starlight. The brilliance of the stars and the moon was like a sword, piercing through the demonic cloud. At this moment, the demon's horn began to ripple again. As the ripples fell into the air, faint ripples began to spread in all directions in the void. Zhai Xingzi frowned. He had a bad feeling. Fall. Zhai Xingzi formed a seal and pointed at the falling stars in the sky. As he chanted, stars appeared from the falling stars. They shook the space and smashed towards the monster. Although it was only a few thousand feet away, the star grew from a very small size to a very large one. When it landed on top of the demon clan's head, it created a huge commotion, as if it was really falling from the sky. Seeing the several thousand feet large star smashing into the space and distorting it, the monster suddenly roared. Boom, boom, boom. The space within 1,000 feet suddenly churned and collapsed. Waves of black and white light surged out from the cracks in space. However, none of this could stop the star from falling. The brilliance of the star pierced through space and smashed onto the head of the demon. Just as the demon was about to turn into ashes, the figure of the demon suddenly twisted and even folded. Zhai Xingzi was shocked and shouted, "Oh no!" Then, his figure suddenly retreated. Sure enough, just as his figure disappeared, a 3-inch long horn appeared at his illusory figure. In an instant, it shattered the space dozens of feet around him. A spatial divine ability. Zhai Xingzi's mouth was filled with bitterness as he called out to himself, "This monster actually has a spatial divine ability. Damn it, I's star shatter is used to confine space and kill the enemy with the power of the stars and moon. Now, how can it be used? Sun Kong Shangren, be careful." At this moment, Gusuchiodi, who was at the back, hurriedly reminded Sun Kong Shangren. When she turned her head to look at Zhai Xingzi, she hurriedly shouted, "Husband, please step aside and watch me kill this monster." "It's all right, your husband can still hold on." How could Zhai Xingzi bear to let Gusuchiodi take action? After replying, he raised his hand and a huge hand formed by the brilliance of the stars and moon grabbed towards the demon clan. "Hee, with just this strength, you actually dare to come to my 1,000 demons' sacred realm and behave so atrociously?" That demon sneered. He didn't use any other divine ability at all. Instead, he rushed up into the sky, and that horn of his collided with the star-moon hand. Boom! A strange wave, coupled with the sharp horn, caused Zhai Xingzi's hand to crumble instantly. Damn it! Zhai Xingzi, Sun Kong Shangren, and Zhang Daoran roared furiously at the same time. They were existences with 5th-grade origin energy on the hidden immortal continent. When had they ever been defeated like this? However, when they came to Bai Qingyu, a mere patrolling demon general was able to force them into a disadvantageous position. How could they possibly rescue Xiao Hua, who was suppressed by the demon king? Vile spawn. Since you're already here, why aren't you bowing down and being captured? Behind them, a faint voice sounded. Gusuchiodi was startled. She hurriedly turned her head and saw dozens of clouds surging out from the horizon. The assassins of the Bound of Universe were chasing after them like maggots. "Husband, could it be that we've reached a dead end?" Facing such a desperate situation, Gusuchiodi was distressed. She raised her head and looked in Bai Qingyu's direction. "We haven't even seen Daoist Zhao's face yet." Ha ha ha. In the distance, Bai Qingyu and Demon King Bai Qing laughed. The group of demon race also saw it clearly through the light screen. They all clapped their hands and laughed. "Beat the drums and cheer." Following Bai Qing's shout, "Dong dong dong." Another battle drum beat sounded, shaking the surroundings. "Seniors, don't be anxious. Juniors will come to help you." Amidst the battle drums, a wave of battle cries sounded from another direction. More than 10,000 human cultivators activated their escape lights and swept across the mountains like black clouds, pouncing towards Bai Qingyu. A nascent soul cultivator at the front scanned them with his divine sense and immediately shouted. "Xiong! Xiong Yi!" Sun Kong Shangren was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Daoist Xiao indeed hid something." The disciples of the Black Wind Ridge are all here. Just these 10,000 Black Wind Ridge disciples are already the strongest force of our Dao sect, right? Sigh. What a pity. Zhang Daoran was not happy. Instead, he sighed and said, even if there are more than 10,000 disciples, they're just moths flying into a flame. Not a single disciple will be able to return to the hidden immortal continent. Zhai Xingzi's expression also changed. He could only say, what a pity. On the other hand, Gusuchioti's eyes lit up. She shouted, how sad. How righteous. Good. Ha ha ha. Qingyu's banquet has finally begun. The demon general who had just fought with the 3 human cultivators laughed loudly. He raised the weapon in his hand and shouted, boy of shrouding sky ridge, ancient bell mountain, Qingbi Qingyu, listen to my command, kill. Just as the word kill fell, a wave of battle cries came from the mountains, ridges, and rivers in front of the Fortune Gate's disciples. 5 colored lights flickered as several thousand demonic beasts of various colors revealed themselves, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the Fortune Gate's disciples like a tidal wave. Seeing that they were close, Xiong Yi's face revealed a murderous glint. He opened his mouth and a silver-white sword pillar flew out. The sword pillar instantly split into 10, and like spirit stones, they pierced towards the 10 demons in front of him. The 10 demonic beasts were also in the lower 4th grade. Facing the sword light, they sneered and did not dodge. They smashed the demonic beasts in their hands towards Xiong Yi. Pu. Almost at the same time, the silver-white sword light pierced through the demonic armor on the 10 demonic beasts. It even pierced through their bodies that had been tempered for a long time. The 10 demonic beasts did not even have the chance to scream before they died on the spot. Xiong Yi did not stop. He made a hand seal and the sword light pillar shot towards the other demonic beasts. Damn it. In a few breaths' time, Xiong Yi had killed more than a dozen demonic beasts. A demonic beast general roared and opened his mouth. A pillar of demonic light shot towards Xiong Yi. Seeing the demonic light was like water, majestic, Xiong Yi had no choice but to abandon his demonic beasts and fight the demonic beast general with his sword pillar. At this time, Prince Lan had no time to think about anything else. He also activated his magic treasure to kill the demonic beast general while dodging the demonic beast general's attack. In the air several hundred li away, more than 10,000 Fortune Gate's disciples were also engaged in a fierce battle with several thousand demonic beast clans. Brilliant lights flashed, and demonic chi soared to the sky. Miserable screams, the sounds of magic treasures colliding, and the sound of corpses falling to the ground filled the air. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Such a tragic scene was like child's play in the eyes of the 3 beast kings and the group of greater demons. They raised their wine cups and shouted, what a feast, what a feast. Our trip here was not in vain. Cheers, let's continue to cheer. Kill. Zhai Xingzi sighed when he saw the Fortune Gate disciples fighting the demonic beasts. He did not even look at where the Xianhuang Order assassins came from. He waved his star shatter and continued to fight the demonic beast general. Ha! At this time, another heroic voice sounded from another direction. Several thousand short demonic beasts emerged from the ground. It was Ingpa and his fellow tribesmen. Ingpa shouted, how can I miss out on such a grand occasion? Even if we can't save Daoist Xiao, we will spill our blood on the way to save him. Good men, good demonic beasts. Gusuchioti shouted. If I can survive today, I will definitely befriend you. That's right. Such men are Daoist Zhao's best friends. Zhai Xingzi laughed. His star shatter flashed as he fought the demonic beast general again. Crazy, crazy, all of them are crazy. The assassins of the Xianhuang Order flew closer. When they saw such a huge battle, they could not help but be stunned. After all, they were humans. Although they wanted to kill Zhai Xingzi and the others, they could not kill humans from behind. Dong dong dong. Another wave of drumming sounded. More demonic beast soldiers flew over from other places to fight against the continuous merchant union's demonic beast soldiers. The demonic beasts were invigorated by the drumming, and their battle cries were endless. After half a cup of tea's time, the blood of the humans and demonic beasts had dyed the ground red. Beast King Bai Qing was still not satisfied. He looked at the situation on the light screen and waved his hand. He stood up and shouted, "Brothers, please wait a moment. This old man will show them some more exciting things." "Okay, we will wait and see." Ni Quan and Peng Jun were puzzled. They replied as they watched Bai Qing disappear into the heavenly dam water prison. Boom! In just a moment, demonic light burst out from the mountain peak of the heavenly dam water prison. A pillar of fire shot up into the sky. When the pillar of fire pierced through the sky, another struggling human head was suppressed under the pillar of fire. Chapter 43-69. Ha ha, good, good, good. When Ni Quan and Peng Jun saw this, how could they not know that Bai Qing had projected the scene of Xiao Hua being suppressed from the heavenly dam water prison to provoke the human cultivators? As they clapped their hands, they carefully released their spiritual sense, especially Peng Jun. His eyes scanned the surrounding space as if he was waiting for someone's arrival. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The fire pillar rushed into the sky and covered the entire Bai Qingyu. Not to mention Xiong Yi and the other Fortune Gate disciples, even Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran felt sad. Everyone roared in unison, and their morale soared. The entire human race's morale soared as they charged towards the demonic beasts without any regard for their lives. However, when more than half of the demons were killed, the human cultivators had only pushed forward for more than 100 miles. Boom, boom, boom. The five-colored brilliance shone brightly again, and many demon clouds rose again. Hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers and demon generals rushed out, covering the sky and covering the earth, and counterattacking the human cultivators. Moreover, behind these demonic beast soldiers and generals, there were hundreds of thousands of demonic beast soldiers holding demonic artifacts, standing guard in the distance. At this time, Zhai Xingzi, Sun Kong, and Zhang Daoran were already injured. Gusuchuri's moon shooting bow had already shot twice, and after killing 2 demonic beast generals, she no longer had any power to kill. Seeing that there were more than 10 demonic beast generals with 6 great essence force sneered and surrounded them, Zhai Xingzi looked at Gusuchuri and said, We finally saw Daoist Xiao. Although we can't save him, we have no regrets." However, before Zhai Xingzi could finish his words, another strange phenomenon appeared behind the human cultivators. Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, and the others were curious and couldn't help but release their spiritual sense. When they saw it clearly, their eyes were filled with shock. They looked at each other and exclaimed, How is this possible? Good heavens! The snowflakes on Jade Mountain are as big as a mat, and they are falling onto the drum stage. A somewhat sour voice reverberated in the gloomy sky. In that voice, snowflakes the size of a thumb fell. The source of the voice was an arrogant python dragon. The python dragon did not move its body to fly. Instead, it coiled in the air and raised its head to look at the sky covered by dark clouds as it roared loudly. This python dragon was obviously transformed from Xiao Hua. He had followed Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the others to Bai Qingyu. Along the way, he had clearly heard their voice transmissions, and he couldn't help but be deeply moved by the changes in people's hearts. Unfortunately, he had still underestimated his influence on the hidden immortal continent's Dao Gate, and he had also underestimated the Stream Merchant Union's ability. He was completely unaware of the efforts the Stream Merchant Union, Fortune Gate, Ao Sheng, Ao Zhan, Zhai Xingzi, and the others had put in to rescue the so-called Xiao Hua. He was even more unaware that Fairy Jing, who he thought was eager for quick success, had already sacrificed her life for him. At this moment, Xiao Hua looked at the sky. The gloomy sky seemed to make him unhappy. He couldn't help but recite a poem. When the nearby Dao Gate's cultivators heard this, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Although they were somewhat disdainful of this python dragon's pretentiousness, this flood dragon's divine ability made them revere it. However, after being together for so long, they also felt that this python dragon had no other shortcomings other than its arrogance and bad temper. At this moment, one of the cultivators couldn't help but remind A.O. Fellow immortal AOE, why don't you take a look? This snowflake is not the size of a straw mat. Could it be that the straw mats in your hometown are like this? Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. As he laughed, all the snow within a radius of 300 meters was shaken into powder. Immediately after, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and spat out a stream of demonic qi. In the sky, a thin piece of ice that was several meters in size appeared and slowly drifted down with the wind. This old man knows that you are jealous of this old man's talent and the nobility of my dragon race. Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed. Do you see? This is a snowflake as big as a straw mat. Then what about the drum-beating platform? That cultivator saw that Xiao Hua wasn't angry and asked again. Clang clang. Xiao Hua coughed twice. The python dragon's voice was like thunder. Xiao Hua laughed again and said, Look, this is, without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, dong, dong, dong. In the sky, the sound of drums faintly rang out. Layers of clouds were formed in the dense dark clouds that were previously covered by the drums. They rapidly rippled from afar and covered the entire sky in a short moment. The snowflakes floating in the air were also shattered by the drum beats. When the clouds moved, the drum beats stopped and large snowflakes really began to drift down. This is already the Jianghu territory? A.O. Zhantian's expression turned serious and he turned to ask Shui Mingzi. Shui Mingzi smiled and nodded. That's right. This place has already entered the Jianghu demon realm. Good. A.O. Zhantian took a deep breath as he swept his gaze across all the Daoist sect cultivators nearby. In the end, his gaze landed on Shui Mingzi's face, and he said word by word, Shui Mingzi, I'm sure you've already told the other fellow Daoists what you told me earlier, right? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Shui Mingzi's eyes. However, he immediately nodded and said, That's right. That's good. A.O. Zhantian raised his hand and lifted his Daoist robe. With a wave of his hand, the corner of the robe fluttered in the wind. Ever since the Jade Pavilion meeting, I have always treated fellow Shui as my best friend. This time, when I received news of Daoist Zhao's death, I immediately contacted fellow Shui. From the hidden immortal continent to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, from the North Sea to Jianghu, I thank fellow Shui for leading the way. I also thank fellow Shui for accompanying me in killing demonic beasts. At the same time, I also thank fellow Shui for not stabbing me in the back. Fellow Daoist A.O., what do you mean by this? Shui Mingzi sneered. His gaze followed the fluttering corner of the robe and became even more confused. He muttered, Are you cutting off your relationship with me? It's nothing. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. A.O. Zhantian said proudly, This time, I came to Jianghu to save Daoist Xiao. I have no interest in Daoist Zhao's disciple and your blood oath. Since we are already here, there is no longer any intention to cooperate between us. Since everyone is suspicious of each other, we might as well separate. I don't care why you want to save Daoist Xiao. As long as you can save him, I will definitely not stop you. However, if you want to do anything to Daoist Xiao, then don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, A.O. Zhantian flew several hundred meters into the sky. He turned his head and shouted, Is there anyone else who is not willing to wallow in the mire with Shui Mingzi and is willing to die for Daoist Xiao with me? A.O. Zhantian's sudden commotion caused the Daoist cultivators to look at each other. Just as A.O. Zhantian had said, Shui Mingzi had been observing everyone's expressions along the way and had transmitted his voice to every cultivator at the right time. Most of the Daoist cultivators were hot-blooded men. When they heard that Daoist Xiao was in trouble, they all rubbed their palms together and came to his rescue. However, after entering the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, under the countless difficulties and trials of life and death, their hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness had long been obliterated. All that was left was the interrogation of their conscience. This kind of interrogation was something that no cultivation method had ever done. Not to mention the cultivators, even A.O. Zhantian had countless thoughts along the way. He was like a fence-sitter. One moment, he was here, the next moment, he was there. One moment, he felt that he should be Xiao Hua. The next moment, he felt that Shui Mingzi was right. It was only now that he truly recognized his own heart and saw his own path. Ao Zhantian had seen it clearly. What about the other Daoist cultivators? After half a cup of tea's time, not a single cultivator stepped out from the crowd. Xiao Hua's heart grew colder. I'm willing. Just as Ao Zhantian sighed and was about to leave, Su Tingzi gritted his teeth and flew out from the crowd. Su Tingzi was an extremely thoughtful person. When he helped Xiao Hua on the Yaotai mountain, he had thought about it several times before taking action. After leaving the Yaotai mountain, Xiao Hua wanted him to join the Fortune Gate like Xiong Yi. However, he hesitated and refused in the end. It was the same this time. He thought about it for a long time, and when he saw that Ao Zhantian was about to leave, he couldn't help but step out from the crowd. Good. Ao Zhantian was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and laughed. Although there are many Daoist cultivators in the world, there might not be many who are worthy of Daoist Xiao's attention. There's no need for too many who are waiting for Daoist Xiao. Just one of them is enough. After saying that, Ao Zhantian seemed to have thought of something, and he turned to Xiao Hua, who was watching the show from afar, and cupped his fists. Fellow Daoist Ao, although what I said was true, there's a possibility that dragons will come to Bai Qingyu. However, there's something I didn't say. Bai Qingyu is a place of death. There's almost no chance for dragons to come. Moreover, there's no turning back if you go forward. Please. Roar. Xiao Hua was instantly enraged when he heard this. His entire python body stretched out in midair as he roared at Ao Zhantian, "Motherfucker, you actually dared to lie to me? Did you use me to protect you?" Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly. "Although I didn't lie to you, my true meaning is more or less the same. Fellow Daoist, if you go forward, you won't be able to turn back. I'm already prepared to die. Therefore, fellow Daoist, please turn back." Damn it, damn it, damn it. Xiao Hua cursed angrily as he looked at the fearless Ao Zhantian. His python body stopped in the air as if he wanted to kill Ao Zhantian. However, he seemed to feel that it wasn't worth it and didn't know what to do. At this moment, Shui Mingzi raised his hand and waved. The remaining cultivators moved and surrounded Su Tingzi. Shui Mingzi then flew in front of Ao Zhantian. Hee hee. Ao Zhantian wasn't surprised by Shui Mingzi's actions. He sneered. "Shui Mingzi, you finally couldn't hold back? Actually, I've been guessing on the way here when you would attack me. However, this is all you've got. It didn't exceed my expectations." Chapter 4370. At this point, Ao Zhantian suddenly came to a realization. He looked to the left and slapped his forehead. Could it be that this is Bai Qingyu? You don't need to be wary anymore. Are you going to attack me again? Could it be that you also attacked Daoist Master Xiao back then? Shui Mingzi's expression changed slightly. How could I attack Daoist Master Xiao? When he was training in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, he offended Monster Monarch Bai Qingyu and was captured by her. Ha ha. Ao Zhantian laughed loudly. He pointed at the group of nascent soul cultivators and said, "Look at this sanctimonious thing." If he didn't say this, I could only guess. However, based on his words, I can conclude that Daoist Master Xiao was harmed by him. Shui Mingzi was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something. However, he immediately sneered. Xiao Hua's matter has nothing to do with me. I also want to save him. However, I don't want to save him for nothing. I just want him to return the blood oath we made. Shui Mingzi, oh Shui Mingzi, don't forget. Ao Zhantian decided to get straight to the point. You invited me to the Thousand Beast Sacred Realm's ancient Bell Mountain to participate in some kind of event. I didn't agree. After that, I went to visit Daoist Master Xiao and invited him to participate in the Dragon Island training with me. At that time, I asked Daoist Master Xiao if you invited him. Daoist Master Xiao said that you invited him and he agreed. If that's the case, didn't Daoist Master Xiao come to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to participate in the ancient Bell Mountains event? If it weren't for your selfishness, how could he have been betrayed? Ao Zhantian, you're talking nonsense. Shui Mingzi said angrily. Xiaohua didn't come at all. I only thought of using the ancient Bell Mountain's power after hearing that he was suppressed by Monster Monarch Bai Qingyu. Ao Zhantian smiled mysteriously. His gaze moved from Shui Mingzi to the nascent soul cultivators surrounding Su Tingzi. He said meaningfully, if you didn't set Daoist Master Xiao up, what are you doing right now? Do you need to kill me just to take control of Daoist Zhao's forces? Ao Zhantian's words were extremely heart-wrenching, and Shui Mingzi was instantly forced out of his heart. Setting aside everyone else, even Xiaohua couldn't help but blame Shui Mingzi for the little white dragon's imprisonment. He knew very well that he hadn't come to the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm to participate in any grand event, but even he couldn't help but blame Shui Mingzi for the little white dragon's imprisonment. At this moment, Ao Zhantian added fuel to the fire by asking, oh, and where is Daoist Xian Ping's nascent soul? Does he know about your background and have something on you that he can use against you? That day in front of Yizhao Ridge, he directly called you Shui Mingzi. Now that his nascent soul is nowhere to be seen, did you kill it? Venomous slander. Shui Mingzi couldn't help but fly into a rage. What does this have to do with me? Before he could even finish his sentence, a beam of light shot out from Ao Zhantian's Daoist robes and slashed towards Shui Mingzi's waist. Wasn't that Ao Zhantian's scythe magic treasure? Damn it. Shui Mingzi was caught off guard. His body flashed and he teleported into the distance. Whoosh. A shadow was sliced into two by the scythe. Ao Zhantian took advantage of Shui Mingzi's evasion and roared, let's see who dares to block my path. Then, he waved his Daoist robes and charged toward Bai Qingyu. Su Tingzi, who was feeling a little regretful, didn't have any way of turning back. He urged his body to escape with Ao Zhantian. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, like the sound of war drums being beaten 3 times, the sound of muffled thunder came from the sky. This time, the sound of the drum was different from the previous one. It reverberated at a low altitude, and wherever the sound of the drum passed, some demonic formations were activated. An indescribable power of the stars and moon also rushed out from the void and landed in all directions. Boom. A clear sound rang out from the ground not far from Ao Zhantian. Several shadows as large as the north of the sea rushed out. These shadows were immensely powerful, and they enveloped an area of 10,000 feet in front of Ao Zhantian. Ao Zhantian didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly stopped and dodged. Just as he was dodging, Shui Mingzi raised his hand and slapped it. A 5-colored beast skin fell from his hand. Dozens of tiny pillars of light descended from the sky and landed on the demonic runes on the beast skin. Thin 5-colored patterns slowly appeared on Shui Mingzi's body. Shui Mingzi activated his body and teleported in front of Ao Zhantian. Bai Qingyu's demonic formations instantly disappeared when they came into contact with the 5-colored patterns on Shui Mingzi's body. Since fellow Daoist Ao doesn't want to accept a toast, then I have no choice. Shui Mingzi seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He raised his hand and took out his horsetail whisk. Under the activation of his magic power, the horsetail whisk actually shone with 5-colored light. As he waved it, the demonic formations that had been activated earlier seemed to be lifted by the horsetail whisk. Dozens of demonic lights surged out from the ground and enveloped an area of 10 kilometers around Ao Zhantian like a fountain. Normally, it's a dog who bullies its master. But now, it's a dog who bullies its master. What can I do? Ao Zhantian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. The blood-colored dragon avatar gradually emerged from his body. Roar. Just as the dragon avatar raised its head and was about to roar, a dragon roar several times louder than his rang out from another direction. Ah! Ao Zhantian was stunned. The dragon avatar extended to several thousand feet in length and looked toward the source of the dragon roar. In the sky, between the layers of colorful clouds, a dozen or so enormous dragon bodies flew over with auspicious auras. The dragon aura that could drown a person surged toward them like a tidal wave. Ao Sheng. Ao Zhantian couldn't help but tremble when he saw the dragon body that was at least 10,000 feet in length and the golden crown on the dragon's forehead. He's really here? Ao Sheng wasn't the only one. Ao Zhan's black dragon body also appeared behind Ao Sheng. The other dragons that were protecting Ao Zhan also caught up from behind. Damn it. Shui Mingzi didn't know who Ao Sheng was, but when he heard Ao Zhantian's exclamation and recalled that Ao Zhantian had mentioned Ao Sheng to the python dragon, how could he not know that he was in trouble? He cursed angrily and hurriedly took out another beast hide from his robes. Then, he spat a mouthful of blood essence onto it. The beast hide ignited on its own and instantly transformed into the projection of a winged beast. It turned into a white line and flew into the depths of Baiqingyu. Roar. Ao Zhantian's dragon avatar also raised its head and roared, trying to attract Ao Sheng's attention. Xiao Hua, who was beside him, laughed loudly in his heart. Dragon tribe, it really is the dragon tribe. Cough cough, I've finally seen a true dragon tribe member today. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was Ao Zhantian, Su Tingzi, Shui Mingzi, or the group of human cultivators, no one had the time to pay attention to this python dragon who was waiting for the arrival of the dragon tribe. Roar. Ao Sheng clearly heard Ao Zhantian's call. He swept his vital sense over and his dragon body flew in their direction. However, Ao Sheng's dragon roar contained a trace of warning. When Ao Zhantian sensed that something was amiss and took a closer look at Ao Sheng and the other dragon tribe members, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. This was because even though Ao Sheng's body was flashing with golden light, the dragon armor under the golden light was already slightly damaged. The dragon scales that covered the dragon armor were either shattered or bleeding profusely. There were even claw marks that were several dozen feet in size on some parts of his body. Holy fuck, it can't be. Xiao Hua exclaimed in shock. A dragon tribe member can also be injured in the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm? Immortal friend Ao, this is the dragon tribe you were talking about? Why does it look like they're inferior to me? Could it be that my bloodline is better than the dragon tribes? Woo. Before Ao Zhantian could reply, the sound of a bugle horn rang out from the depths of Baiqingyu. Numerous demonic clouds emerged from the foothills and surged toward them. Above the demonic clouds, numerous star-staged demon generals stood proudly. Behind them, several hundred demon soldiers wielded their weapons and charged over. Ao Zhantian? Why are you here? Ao Sheng yelled before he even got close. Ao Zhantian didn't say much. He only raised his voice and said, I came to Baiqingyu to rescue Xiao Hua, Daoist priest Xiao Hua. These dozen or so Daoist sect cultivators all have distracting thoughts, and this out-of-body Daoist priest Xiao is the main culprit behind Daoist priest Zhao's misfortune. Ao Zhantian's words were truly timely. Ao Sheng didn't hesitate at all. He let out a loud roar and spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath. A majestic aura that numbed the bones of the Daoist sect cultivators fell from the sky. Ao Zhantian's dragon blood dharma body was the only one who managed to block the dragon's aura. The dozen or so human cultivators, including Su Tingzi, tried their best to resist the dragon's aura with their magic power, but they were still unable to stabilize themselves in midair. The light around their bodies scattered, and they fell from the sky. They couldn't even gather their true essence. On the other hand, Shui Mingzi's body flashed with five-colored light. He transformed into a shadow and flew toward Baiqingyu's demon generals. Kill. Ao Sheng didn't care about these Daoist sect cultivators at all. He let out a furious roar, and the golden light around his body shone brightly. In an instant, he covered a distance of dozens of miles. He opened his dragon claws and swiped at Shui Mingzi. Moreover, the heavenly dragon speech technique was unleashed from the dragon's mouth. Above the heads of the Daoist sect cultivators, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles surged violently. Clusters of flames appeared and rained down on the Daoist sect cultivators. Wherever the flames touched, the space was scorched and distorted. The Daoist cloud that soared into the sky was also burned to ashes. A dozen or so weaker Daoist soldiers were engulfed by the flames and fell from the sky while howling. Boom, boom. Seeing how powerful the flames were, the Daoist generals on the Daoist cloud didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly circulated their Daoist qi, and streaks of five-colored light soared into the sky. The five-colored light was indeed powerful. The flames unleashed by the heavenly dragon's speech technique were destroyed by the five-colored light. However, Ao Sheng, Ao Zhan, and the rest of the dragon tribe cultivators were already close to the Daoist sect cultivators. Ao Sheng's dragon claws were already descending. While Shui Mingzi was shocked, he had already taken out his horsetail whisk. Tens of thousands of light strands flew up to meet the attack. Unfortunately, the light strands were easily grabbed by Ao Sheng's dragon claws. As the light strands turned into sand and fell to the ground, Shui Mingzi's horsetail whisk also let out a sizzling sound. The strands of light strands that were refined from an unknown material were already flying away. Chapter 43-71. Let's go. Shui Mingzi didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly channeled his magic power and tried to teleport away. However, in front of a dragon, a human's teleportation was powerless. Shui Mingzi only flew a few feet before the space around him solidified. Shui Mingzi could no longer fly forward. He had no choice but to reveal himself in the space. Then, he saw Ao Sheng's deformed dragon head. The murderous dragon claw was already in front of him. Damn you, Ao Zhantian. Shui Mingzi knew that Ao Sheng wanted to kill him because of Ao Zhantian's words. Although he was in the out-of-aperture realm, he was still helpless in front of a dragon's powerful body. Shui Mingzi quickly flipped his hand and took out a five-colored shell the size of a thumb. With a squeeze of his fingers, the shell was crushed. Wang! A glaring five-colored light appeared. Once it appeared, it immediately turned into a shell that was hundreds of feet wide and blocked Ao Sheng's dragon claw. Clang! A metallic sound rang out. Ao Sheng's dragon claw was blocked and the shell was shattered into pieces. However, Shui Mingzi took advantage of this gap to teleport 1,000 feet away. Damn it! Ao Sheng's murderous intent rose. 1,000 feet was nothing in his eyes. He swung his dragon body again and his dragon tail that was hundreds of feet long smashed towards Shui Mingzi. Ao Zhan and the other dragon generals didn't stand idly by as Ao Sheng chased after Shui Mingzi. They ignored the human cultivators and released their dragon's might and dragon's breath towards Bai Qingyu's demon generals and soldiers. In just a few moments, half of the demon soldiers summoned by Shui Mingzi were killed by Ao Zhan and the others. 4 of the demon generals were killed as well. The entire area was covered in blood and flesh. The group of numb human cultivators were a little dumbfounded. The fighting methods of the monster race were different from that of the human race. Most of the time, it was a fight of flesh against flesh, a collision of blood against blood. How could there be so many dazzling spells? Seeing Ao Sheng's huge dragon tail coming down, Shui Mingzi felt that the whole world was filled with dragon scales and dragon breath. No matter what spell he cast, it was as powerless as raindrops when it landed on the tough dragon body. He couldn't help but feel sad. He even thought of the funny boa dragon along the way, the one who claimed to have the blood of the dragon race. Just as Shui Mingzi's heart was about to give up, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Where did this shameless dragon come from? How dare you bully the weak? Ancestor, save the boy. Despite Shui Mingzi's thousands of years of age, when he heard this voice, he actually shamelessly called himself a boy and asked for help. Above Shui Mingzi's head, the space distorted, and the phantom of a flying feather void beast appeared in a space 1,000 feet wide. Before the phantom of the flying feather void beast could fully materialize, the flying feather void beast also swung its tail, and the distortion of space actually rushed out with its tail. Boom! It was as if the space within a few miles had collapsed. Ao Sheng's dragon body tumbled a few times in the air before coming to a stop. Ao Sheng's eyes flashed with horror and he shouted, "Where did this thing come from?" How dare you block me? The collapse of space also destroyed most of the phantom. It wasn't until Ao Shing came to a stop that the phantom became solid again. A sun-devouring realm great demon appeared from the phantom with a slightly angry face and coldly looked at Ao Sheng. The great demon glanced at Ao Sheng and the wings on his back flapped. Dozens of pillars of starlight and moonlight fell, creating layers of distorted space fluctuations that blocked Ao Zhan and the other dragon generals. Then, he glanced at Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the other humans before his gaze finally landed on Ao Sheng. He asked coldly, "Who are you? How dare you block me?" "Of course I am." Ao Sheng was furious. Just as he was about to reveal his identity, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "I am the Dragon General of Dragon Island. Are you Bai Qingyu's great demon? Hurry up and release Xiao Hua, or I will order the other dragon generals to trample Bai Qingyu." Ha ha ha. The great demon laughed and pointed his claws at Ao Sheng. "You dare to say you are the Dragon General of Dragon Island? Don't you know that the Dragon Island's envoy has already been here? He doesn't care about my affairs at all. What right do you have to criticize me?" "What? The Dragon Island's envoy has already been here? How is this possible?" Ao Sheng was shocked. "Seems like you are also pretending to be a dragon of Dragon Island. Let me capture you first." The great demon sneered and spread his wings. His body became extremely distorted again and he pounced at Ao Sheng. "Who dares to hurt a minor elder of Dragon Island?" The dragon generals who were protecting Ao Sheng were anxious. They roared and abandoned the group of demon generals and pounced at the great demon. Ao Zhan at the side shouted, "Ao Sheng, let's not waste time with him. Let's rush in first." "Okay." Ao Sheng nodded and rushed toward Bai Qingyu while the dragon generals were blocking the great demon. Ao Sheng knew that he was no match for this great demon. These dragon generals could only hold on for a few breaths. As long as he rushed into Bai Qingyu and saw monster monarch Bai Qingyu, he might be able to persuade her to let Xiao Hua go with his identity as a minor elder of Dragon Island. Boom boom boom. Just when Ao Sheng was a few thousand feet away, he heard a series of explosions. The great demon had already sent a few dragon generals flying. These dragon generals' flesh was torn open and it was obvious that their injuries were not light. However, when the great demon saw Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan flying away, he did not chase after them. Instead, he looked coldly at Ao Zhantian and Su Tingzi with killing intent. Facing the great demon's gaze, Ao Zhantian was shocked. His dragon blood Dharma body was trembling. It was as if he would be killed by the great demon if he did not make a move. Roar roar. Right at this moment, a few more dragon roars that were even louder erupted in the sky in front of Ao Zhantian. Dong dong dong. A third set of drum beats sounded, and a few dozen sun-devouring stage dragons flew out from the drum beats and dragon roars, surrounding Ao Sheng, Ao Zhan, and the other dragons in the center. "You. Where are you from?" Ao Sheng's heart skipped a beat when he saw dozens of unfamiliar dragons surrounding him. "Hee, you are just a minor elder of Dragon Island. How could you know us dragons?" A colorful dragon at the front said with a sinister smile. "Since you know that I am a minor elder of Dragon Island, how dare you be so rude?" Ao Sheng shouted, "Aren't you afraid of Dragon Island's dragon law?" "Dragon law? What is dragon law?" The dragon laughed, "We are not under Dragon Island. How would we know about dragon law? Besides, you are just a minor elder of Dragon Island. In the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, you are just a little dragon who can pluck the moon. We can kill you if we want." Humph. At this moment, the great demon from ancient Bell Mountain behind Ao Sheng snorted coldly, "Brother Jiang, don't you think you have said too much?" "Damn it." The colorful dragon roared, "Who told you to tell me why I am here? I have already promised to kill Ao Sheng. I will not go back on my word. Even now, you still want to sow discord?" Ao Zhan stopped behind Ao Sheng and said indifferently, "Which one of us are you going to let go of? You better say it now. I will tell him that you are dragons of Heavenly Abode River." The great demon was stunned when he heard Ao Zhan expose his painstakingly planned plan to sow discord. However, he quickly sneered, "Since all of you are already here, don't even think about turning back. You were the one who captured Daoist Xiao?" Ao Zhantian suddenly asked loudly. The great demon coldly glanced at him and said, "You have no right to know." "What if it was me?" Ao Xing stared at the great demon and asked, "Do I have the right?" Even Ao Zhan asked, "Since we have no chance of survival, why don't you tell us the truth so that we can die in peace?" Although this has nothing to do with me, why should I tell you?" The spirit creature laughed out loud, looked at the dozens of dragons, and yelled, "The banquet is about to begin, and our king has been urging us to serve the dishes. Let's hurry up and kill these human beings and dragons, make them into delicacies and send them to our king, shall we? If we are too late, the other demon generals will kill the disciples of Soaring Dragon Mountain Range first and serve them to our king. Won't we lose the merit?" "All right." The rainbow dragon opened his mouth and shouted, "Just thinking about the small elders of Dragon Island dying in front of me makes me excited." Just as the demonic beasts were about to make their move, boom. However, there was another loud explosion in the sky above the demonic beasts. A towering pillar of fire shot out from the ground in the distance, piercing high into the dark clouds. An imposing aura that made all the demonic beasts prostrate themselves before spread out in all directions in a domineering manner. This is... The great demon was slightly stunned. However, when the pillar of fire pierced into the sky, the dark clouds did not dissipate. Even the snowflakes that were as big as a mat were not melted by the pillar of fire. Instead, they were still floating freely in the pillar of fire. The great demon couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, I understand now. This is the image of the heavenly dam water prison that suppressed Xiaohua. Human cultivators, take a look. Is Xiaohua the one you want to save under the pillar of fire?" There was no need for the great demon to say anything else. Although the image formed by the pillar of fire appeared to be far away, it was extremely close. Not only were the flame patterns on the pillar of fire clearly visible, even the small white dragon suppressed at the bottom of the pillar of fire could be seen clearly. Roar! Ao Xing let out a furious roar. The golden light around his dragon body flashed rapidly, and he pounced toward the pillar of light. He shouted, "Damned by Qingyu, how dare you humiliate the Dragon Master of Dragon Island! I'm going to kill you all. The face of your dragon tribe is meant to be trampled on." The colorful dragon laughed loudly. His dragon tail, which was even thicker than Ao Xing's body, swept through the air and smashed toward Ao Xing. "Kill." The great demon also issued a cold command. Bai Qingyu's demon soldiers and generals did not dare to hesitate. They all controlled their demon clouds and prepared to pounce toward Ao Zhantian and the other human cultivators. Chapter 43-72. Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, a burst of soft laughter sounded from behind the humans and dragons. This laughter was filled with profound meaning, mockery, and sorrow. As soon as this laughter rang out, the space within a radius of 500 kilometers began to freeze, and even the falling snowflakes seemed to have sensed the chilling intent behind the laughter as they froze in midair. "Who's there?" The great beast and rainbow dragon were greatly alarmed as they quickly swept their vital senses through the air. Boom! Wherever their vital senses passed, they were blocked by a mountainous being. When their eyes landed on the python dragon that Xiaohua had transformed into, they were greeted by the sight of him slowly flying toward them. "Ao. Fellow immortal Ao?" Ao Zhantian, Shui Mingzi, and even Su Tingzi were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the boa dragon that liked to curry favor with people of culture still hadn't left. Moreover, it had appeared at such a critical moment. Moreover, the boa dragon's strength was actually so terrifying. You're... The great beast's cultivation base was far superior to Ao Zhantian's, and he hurriedly asked upon sensing that something was amiss. Unfortunately, without waiting for him to finish speaking, Wang. Within 1,000 feet of the python dragon, a whirlwind that soared into the sky was born. Within this whirlwind, the python dragon's body slowly shrank, and Xiaohua's tall and thin figure was revealed little by little. Xiao Hua. Ao Zhan was truly astonished. He looked at Xiao Hua's frosty face with incredulity, then at the little white dragon's face that had been suppressed by the pillar of flames. There was no difference between these two faces. When Ao Zhan's gaze returned to him, he was greeted by an incredulous scene. Boom! Xiao Hua, who had reverted to his human form, suddenly emanated a Daoist might. This might climbed steadily, but it didn't spread into the distance. Moments later, the space within a radius of close to 10 kilometers began to cave in, and layers of twisted light projections began to appear around Xiao Hua's body, making it appear as if Xiao Hua's body wasn't very real. Within this light projection, the ferocious ferocity of tens of thousands of people surged into the hearts of the humans and demons like a tidal wave. Not to mention the humankind and the humankind, even the lofty dragons couldn't help but tremble. Their bodies, which had been extremely arrogant before, were forced to shrink slowly. A Mahayana cultivator? Ao Zhantian's expression changed drastically. Say. Who are you, senior? You are not Daoist Master Xiao. At the same time, Ao Zhantian suddenly came to his senses. Without any hesitation, he knelt on the ground and said anxiously, Junior Ao Zhantian begs senior to save Xiao Hua. He is one of the few people in this world with a heart of steel and a heart of chivalry. Just as Ao Zhantian's body knelt down, an incomparably gentle force emerged. Even though he was a 5th-grade elemental energy cultivator, he didn't have any ability to resist and could only stand up with the force of this force. Xiao Hua didn't look at Ao Zhantian. Instead, he stared coldly at the great demon and the rainbow dragon. Didn't you want to kill Xiao Hua? Now that I'm here, I'd like to see how you're going to kill him. While speaking, Xiao Hua waved his 2 hands, and 2 large hands appeared out of thin air, grabbing at the great demon and the colorful dragon at the same time. Under the giant hands, the space within a radius of 100 kilometers was sealed. Both the great demon and the colorful dragon were startled. The 2 great demon immediately activated their divine abilities in an attempt to escape. The great demon's wings flapped rapidly, causing ripples to appear in the nearby space. Black and white lights scuttled out from the ripples. Unfortunately, before his figure could even move, Xiao Hua's giant hand had already descended. The great demon hurriedly opened his mouth again, and several crimson-red demonic lights rushed out in an attempt to block the giant hand. The demonic lights immediately collapsed upon colliding with the giant hands. Even the great demon's tail struck the giant hands. However, the countless divine abilities were nothing more than a bluff in the face of the giant hands. The giant hands closed, and the 7th-grade great demon, swallowing sun, was caught in Xiao Hua's hands. Looking at Xiao Hua's other hand, the colorful dragon's horns shot out beams of light, its dragon chi spat out from its mouth, and its claws that could tear through space were all unable to stop the giant hands for even a second. The great demon, who was several times stronger than the great demon race, was caught by Xiao Hua's giant hands just like grabbing a small snake. If you dare to touch me, my clan's divine ancestor will definitely not forgive you. The great demon screamed hysterically, and his voice was filled with fear. Hee hee. Xiao Hua sneered. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and dozens of soul strands instantly pierced into the great demon's forehead. The great demon's screams immediately disappeared, and his entire body twitched violently, appearing to be in great pain. Damn it. The colorful dragon was shocked. How could he not know that Xiao Hua was soul-searching? He cursed angrily, and the colorful light around his body flourished. However, the colorful light merely flickered for a moment before extinguishing. At the same time, his dragon body was also twitching in the giant hands. Seeing this, Ao Zhan was shocked. Because Xiao Hua was soul-searching 2 great demons at the same time. This was something that Ao Zhan didn't dare to imagine. Within 1,000 kilometers, it was filled with a strange aura. The snowflakes didn't fly, and the wind didn't howl. Only Xiao Hua, who was about 3 meters tall, stood there proudly, as if he was the center of the world. In just a short moment, Xiao Hua's brows furrowed slightly. Then, the 2 giant hands moved at the same time. Pa, pa. Two loud sounds rang out at the same time. Two streaks of blood-red light soared into the sky. The great demon's body and the colorful dragon's body were crushed by Xiao Hua's giant hands. When the giant hands threw down the two disfigured corpses, the crowd couldn't help but tremble. They had seen ferocious cultivators, but they had never seen a ferocious person who could crush a dragon's body with his bare hands. At this time, Xiao Hua was really anxious and furious. With a wave of his hand, the Kunlun mirror appeared out of thin air. As the light beam swayed, the black bear, white lion, and golden eagle rushed out. Then, under the crowd's astonishment, the Fortune Gates army of 200,000 and two lightning boats were released from the Shenhua continent. No one dared to make a sound. After the army of 200,000 was ready, Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed at the fire pillar in the sky. He looked at the black bear and the other two great demons and said, "Do you see this? This Xiao has only been away for 200 years, and my dignity has been trampled on like this." Although Bai Qingyu doesn't have the ability to suppress, she has the intention to suppress. What do you think we should do? Under the fire pillar, Xiao Hua, whom they worshipped like a god, was struggling in pain. Even though they knew that this Xiao Hua was not the Xiao Hua in front of them, they were still shocked. Whether it was the black bear, the other two great demons, or the hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gates disciples, their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The black bear crouched in the air and shouted, "Master, please rest assured. This black bear requests an order from Master. Give black bear 200,000 disciples. This black bear will definitely bathe Bai Qingyu in blood and wash away our shame with the blood of a beast king. Go." Xiao Hua waved his hand and ordered, "Bathe Bai Qingyu in blood." Yes, bathe Bai Qingyu in blood. Bathe Bai Qingyu in blood. The black bear was overjoyed and shouted loudly. The 200,000 disciples drove the lightning boats, and amidst the rumbling of thunder, they rushed towards Bai Qingyu. "Many thanks, Senior." Even now, Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan still did not dare to recognize Xiao Hua as their dragon master. They hurriedly bowed to express their gratitude. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and was about to say something when he frowned. His divine sense swept towards the distance, and when he found that his divine sense was blocked, he waved his hand and tens of thousands of disciples flew out from the Kunlun mirror. Xiao Hua had no time to explain. He pointed at Ao Zhantian and said, "This is an old acquaintance of mine, Ao Zhantian. Listen to his orders." "Yes." The disciple leading the troops did not dare to delay and respectfully answered. Xiao Hua then released Yuanya, Daoist Jingting, and Xian Songzi. He pointed at Ao Sheng and said, "Yeah, this is Ao Sheng. You've seen him before. Help him subdue these dragons. If they dare to resist, kill them all." "Yes, Master." Yuanya held the devil spear in his hand, exuding an imposing aura. He acknowledged Xiao Hua's order and his gaze fell on the dragons. Before he could do anything, the bone dragon's terrifying aura on the devil spear had already scared the dragons out of their wits. Xiao Hua then pointed in another direction and said, "Xian Songzi, Daoist Jingting, Zhai Xingzi, and the others are there. The two of you are responsible for protecting them." "Yes, yes." Xian Songzi and Jinren Jingting were the first to cultivate scattered nascent souls, but they were different from Xiao Hua's 100 or so scattered nascent souls. They had their own consciousness, and Xiao Hua didn't dare to use his own method to refine them. Therefore, they didn't spend all their time cultivating in Xiao Hua's dantian, and their progress wasn't as fast as other scattered nascent souls. Even so, as the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. The two scattered nascent souls had already crossed 7 tribulations and reached the mid-level of the 7th grade. At this time, the two of them did not dare to delay after hearing Xiao Hua's order. They bowed and rushed in the direction Xiao Hua had pointed. Xiao Hua's figure was like a rainbow as he soared into the sky. His voice sounded behind him, "After you're done here, go to the fire pillar. We'll all come to Bai Qingyu for the banquet." "Yes, Master." Yuanya answered. A group of Fortune Gate disciples had already surrounded the space. This This is really Dragon Master Xiao Hua ah. Seeing Yuanya's appearance, Ao Xing came to a realization. After all, he had seen Yuanya on the Dragon Island. However, looking at Yuanya's strength of the 7th level of origin power, he really did not dare to believe it. It had only been 200 years, how did they become so strong? All of a sudden, Ao Xing screamed again. Looking at the little white dragon in pain under the fire pillar, he screamed to Ao Zhan, "Damn it, I know it now. This is the little white dragon ah." Others might not know about it, but Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were well aware of it. Back on Dragon Island, Xiao Hua, the little white dragon who had just formed his body, and Reverend Yun had fought Long Si and the dimensional monsters with them. Suppressing the little white dragon is no different from suppressing Xiao Hua. Ao Zhan also came to a realization and said coldly, "This Bai Qingyu really deserves to die." It's not just Bai Qingyu who deserves to die, the ancient Bell Mountain also deserves to die. Ao Zhantian's face turned cold as he looked at Shui Mingzi, who was so regretful that he wanted to dig out his intestines to clean them. Chapter 43-73. Although Xiong Yi had led over 10,000 Fortune Gate disciples over, and the Endless Merchant Union had sent over a few thousand demonic beasts to help, they were still too weak. However, in the face of tens of thousands of demon generals and demon soldiers, Zhai Xingzi and the others were still in dire straits. Facing such a hopeless situation, Zhai Xingzi and the others didn't have any regrets. Death was inevitable in a person's life. Even among cultivators, how many could live forever? Death could be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. Whether it was a feather or a mountain, it was the judgment of others. At the end of the day, life and death were still controlled by one's own heart. In the eyes of others, Zhai Xingzi and the others might have died out of blind loyalty or stupidity, but the 4 of them had no regrets in their hearts. In the face of death, the great Tao seemed incomparably clear. The calmness in their hearts was truly the sail towards the great Tao. However, there was always a way out, and the heavenly Tao wouldn't let down those with a pure heart. Just as Bai Qingyu crazily showed off the image of her suppressing the little white dragon to the sky, Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran saw that the humans were already surrounded by tens of thousands of demonic beasts, and all their efforts were about to turn into flowing water. Just as they were about to die, they saw a towering killing intent rushing towards them from another direction behind them. Streams of heaven and earth origin energy condensed into a complete chi wave and poured down like a tidal wave. This scene was akin to tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators circulating their magic power at the same time. It wasn't something they had seen before. They couldn't help but be shocked, and their faces turned even paler. Could it be? The 2 of them thought at the same time. Is this another ambush by Bai Qingyu? Could it be that she thinks that all the Tao Gate cultivators of the hidden immortal mainland will come to save Xiao Hua? As they thought about it, they still released their divine sense. When they saw the tens of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples 1,000 miles away, their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The 2 of them looked at each other and cried out, "No, no way, right?" All the nascent soul cultivators of the hidden immortal mainland came to save Xiao Hua. Zhai Xingzi's voice trembled as he said to Gusu Qiudi in surprise, we're saved." Oh. Gusu Qiudi's injuries were extremely severe. She was no longer able to release her divine sense, much less use the eye-clearing technique. She also looked into the distance in shock. Her mouth was slightly agape as she asked curiously, "Could it be that they are our reinforcements?" Phew. Zhai Xingzi took a deep breath and said, "That's right. In order to save Daoist Master Xiao, all the Daoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent have come." How is this possible? Gusu Qiudi shouted, although Daoist Zhao's benevolence is unparalleled in the world, but his charm doesn't seem to be enough to make all the Daoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent come to his rescue, right? That's right. We've all underestimated Daoist Master Xiao. Zhai Xingzi smiled. If he can show kindness to us, he can naturally show kindness to other cultivators as well. Looks like Gongshu Xian is really blind. What does this have to do with Gongshu Xian? Gusuchuri pouted and snuggled into Zhai Xingzi's arms. Looks like we still have time, that's right. Zhai Xingzi hugged Gusuchuri and looked at his opponent. Those Baiqinyu demons were also stunned. They all left Zhai Xingzi and the others and flew to other places to check out the situation. Xiaohua. 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 Sun Kong Shangren was almost killed by that demon general. At this moment, he had just flown to Zhang Daren's side. He also released his divine sense. Seeing such a magnificent scene, he couldn't help but slap his own thigh. Damn it, I really admire you. If I knew that you'd be able to convince the entire hidden immortal continent, I wouldn't have risked my life to come and save you. However, after a moment, Sun Kong Shangren was bewildered again. He asked in a low voice, Brother Daoran, looking at the situation, I'm afraid there are more than 300,000 nascent soul cultivators. Can our hidden immortal continent have so many nascent soul cultivators? That's right. Zhang Daoran was also at a loss. He patted his head and smiled bitterly. I can be considered an out-of-body grandmaster. How can I still be so ignorant? How come I never knew there were so many nascent soul cultivators in the hidden immortal continent? As Zhang Daoran was talking, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He activated his spiritual power, and the snow flew up. Not only did it protect him and Sun Kong Shangren, but it also protected Zhai Xingzi and Gusuchuri. Then, he turned his head and looked behind him. He said coldly, What? I just fought with the demon race. Are you going to loot a burning house? Is the Xianhuang token so shameless? Behind Zhang Daoran and the others, more than 10 Confucian cultivators of the Xianhuang token had quietly surrounded them. The leading Confucian cultivator had already taken out his weapon. Hearing Zhang Daoran's reprimand, the Confucian cultivator smiled and said, Hee, we're assassins. We only know how to follow orders. Damn it. Sun Kong Shangren cried bitterly. I didn't die in the hands of the demon race, but now I'm dying in the hands of the human race. I really can't accept this, kill. Seeing that hundreds of thousands of nascent soul cultivators were approaching, the Confucian cultivators of the Xianhuang token did not dare to stay any longer. The leading Confucian cultivator ordered, and more than 10 Confucian cultivators activated their spiritual qi at the same time. Pillars of Aoran qi rushed out of the void. Not only did they fall on the Confucian cultivators, but they also surrounded Zhang Daoran and the others. Zhang Daoran and the others were no match for the Confucian cultivators of the Xianhuang token. Now that they were seriously injured, how could they fight back? Under the Aoran qi, Zhang Daoran's snow was knocked away, and the murderous brilliance approached the four again. Damn it. At this critical moment, a voice that all four of them were familiar with rang out. Then, with a rumble, high up in the sky, layer after layer of lightning suddenly appeared. Then, like the wrath of the gods, it violently poured down, enveloping an area of over 10 miles. The lightning was so ferocious that each strand of lightning was filled with anger. Each strand of light could blind a person's eyes. In the eyes of Zhang Daoran and the others, the almost unstoppable attacks of the Xianhuang token cultivators were instantly turned into nothingness when they touched the thunder. The entire space of more than 10 miles was distorted by the impact of the thunder. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 fifth-grade elemental energy qi refinement cultivators and divine Confucian cultivators were turned into blood stains amidst the lightning. In this blood fog, the primordial spirits of more than 10 Confucian cultivators had no chance to escape at all. They were all killed by the thunder. Gusuchuri was stunned. She was a Confucian cultivator of the middle 5th grade. How could she not know the power of these Confucian cultivators who were close to the 6th grade? But these cultivators were killed in an instant. What was the cultivation of the person who killed them? Xiaohua. Zhai Xingzi looked at the boiling thunder in front of him and thought of the familiar voice from before. It seemed that every thunder had Xiaohua's smiling face. He could not help but cry out, tears flowing out of his eyes. Impossible. Gusuchuri and Zhai Xingzi's minds were connected. She shouted first, no matter how powerful Daoist Xiao is, he can only reach the 6th grade in 200 years at most. If this is Xiao Hua, then Gongshu Yisan should dig out her own eyeballs. At this point, Sun Kong shouted loudly, of course it's impossible. Daoist Xiao is still suppressed under the fire pillar. Zhang Daoran and the others hurriedly turned around. Sure enough, the little white dragon under the fire pillar was still struggling. Kill, kill for Laozi. At this moment a hysterical roar came from the distant sky. This Bai Qingyu actually dared to insult Master. Does she even put Laozi, a black bear guard, in her eyes? If I don't flatten Bai Qingyu today, Laozi will guard Master's back door. Black bear spirit? Zhang Daoran had never been to Black Wind Ridge, so he naturally did not know about black bears. When he saw the black bear spirit, he exclaimed, why is it a demon? No. Gusuchiori was the most attentive. She laughed and said, didn't you hear what he said? If she insulted his master, then isn't his master Xiao Hua? But Zhai Xingzi frowned even more. This black bear spirit is probably at the 6th grade of essence energy, or even close to the 7th grade, right? How could he guard Xiao Hua's back door? Kill. At this moment, beside the black bear spirit, White Lion and Golden Condor also appeared. Each of them had a monstrous aura and covered the ground. They shouted loudly, massacre Bai Qingyu and vent Master's anger. How could Xiao Hua have 3 demons at the 6th grade of essence energy guarding his abode? Sun Kong was also completely confused. Woo! Just at this moment, a powerful divine sense came from the distance like a hurricane. It wrapped around Sun Kong and the others and immediately stopped. The divine sense didn't withdraw, and it actually completely sealed off the area. Damn it, which senior is this? Feeling the power of the divine sense and the wonder of its use, Zhang Daoran, who was already numb from the shock of surprise, said with a bitter smile, is this protecting us? Brother Daoran. At this moment, a distorted light figure was cast over from afar like the brilliance of a kaleidoscope. When that light figure condensed into a human figure in front of Zhang Daoran, that human figure bowed and saluted. Say. Daoist Master Jingting? Although Zhang Daoran wasn't particularly familiar with Daoist Master Jingting, he always looked familiar. Now that he saw Daoist Master Jingting standing in front of him with a smile, he couldn't help but be bewildered. He cried out in surprise, when did you actually cultivate to the body integration realm? At this moment, the light shadow behind Daoist Jingting was still swaying and hadn't completely disappeared. The space within 1,000 feet began to ripple. Waves of ripples sprayed out from the space like a fountain. A moment later, another cultivator with an extraordinary bearing appeared from within. Xianxia. Zhai Xingzi shouted as if he had seen a ghost. You and this old man made an appointment to attend the Jadestage gathering together at Yaotai Mountain. When this old man didn't see you, I thought something happened to you. How come it's only been 200 years, and you've also cultivated to the body integration realm? What kind of opportunity did you encounter? Chapter 43-74. Greetings, fellow Daoist Zhai Xingzi. Xianxia revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He withdrew the essence soul restriction that sealed the surroundings of Zhai Xingzi and the others before bowing and saying, Junior Brother Jingting and I have come under Master's orders to protect the 4 of you. Your master? Sun Kong frowned and asked curiously, your master is Grand Mist Ancestor, right? He seems to have an ordinary relationship with us. Ha! Daoist Jingting laughed and said, my master, Zhai Xingzi and the others immediately pricked up their ears, wanting to know who Daoist Jingting and Xianxongzi's master was. Unfortunately, Xianxongzi interrupted Daoist Jingting and said with a smile, Master only ordered us to protect the 4 of you. He didn't tell us to reveal his name. All right. Daoist Master Jingting smiled. Of course, he knew that Xiao Hua didn't care about revealing his name. However, looking at Xiao Hua under the fire pillar in the distance, Daoist Master Jing Ting was also bewildered. He simply followed Xianxia's words and said, "In that case, let's wait for Master's orders." It must be Xiaohua. Although Daoist Jingting and Xianxi didn't say it, Gusuchuri said, "Gongshu Isan is going to gouge her eyes out." "Oh? How do you know?" Zhai Xingzi asked in confusion. "There are 3 reasons." Gusuchuri said with a smile. "First, the voice just now was Xiaohua's voice. Second, Daoist Jingting and Xianxi can cultivate from nascent soul to body fusion. It's not strange that Xiaohua can cultivate to 9th grade. Third, a woman's intuition." Ha ha ha. Zhai Xingzi hugged his lover and laughed. "If it's really Xiaohua, then I'll invite Daoist Xiao to the Gusu family to propose marriage. I'd like to see who dares to not give face to a grand ascension cultivator." Hee hee. Gusuchuri laughed until her eyes narrowed. She said in a low voice, "Even if it's not Xiaohua, it has a lot to do with Xiaohua. Husband can also ask Xiaohua to invite this senior to the Gusu family. If it's Xiaohua, then..." Zhang Daoran pointed at the little white dragon in the fire pillar and asked, "Who is this?" Xianxi took out a pill and handed it to Gusuchuri. "Fellow immortal, this is a pill concocted by I. Take it first and see what happens. If it doesn't work, I will ask Martial Uncle to bestow upon you the medicinal pills used by Confucian cultivators." "All right." Gusuchuri smiled as she took the pill. However, she suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "What? You have an uncle master? What is his cultivation level?" Hee hee. Xianxi replied in a boastful manner, "What do you think, fellow immortal? Your master is already at the Mahayana stage. Martial Uncle should be a literary sage, right?" Gusuchuri probed. "Could it be that he's a literary star? This is impossible." "Huh, fellow immortal, you don't have to guess anymore." Daoist Jingting said with a smile, "For fellow Daoists, please follow us to Bai Qingyu. Master has instructed us to attend Xingbo's banquet." Fellow Daoists. Exalted Master Sun Kong wasn't particularly familiar with Daoist Jingting and Xianxi. He bowed and said, "If possible, I would like to ask the 2 fellow Daoists to lend a hand and ask the 2 fellow Daoists master to save Daoist Xiao." "Fellow Daoist, don't worry." Daoist Jingting said with a smile, "Master brought 200,000 disciples to save him." Ah. 4 thunderbolts blasted Zhai Xingzi, Gusuchuri, Zhang Daoran, and exalted Master Sun Kong unconscious. After half a cup of tea's time, Gusuchuri gasped and said in a low voice, These 200,000 nascent soul cultivators are all your descendants? You're from the same sect? Since when did our hidden immortal continent have a Dao cultivator sect?" It was an indescribable shock. They originally thought that these 200,000 nascent soul cultivators were all the Dao cultivators in the entire hidden immortal continent, but Zhang Daoran and the rest didn't expect that these were merely the nascent soul disciples of a Dao cultivator sect. It wasn't that their imagination wasn't rich enough, it was because they didn't dare to imagine. "Let's talk about this after we meet Master." Xianxi and Daoist Jingting smiled without saying anything. They raised their hands and said, "Please." Gusuchuri thought that she had discovered the truth of the matter, but when she heard that there was another Confucian cultivator who was at least a literary saint, she lost all confidence in her guess. Although Xiaohua could miraculously cultivate to the Grand Ascension stage, where would he find another literary saint junior brother? When Zhai Xingzi and the rest fell into a dead end, Xiong Yi and the rest of the Fortune Gate's disciples were also in a desperate situation. Xiong Yi couldn't help but want to roar as he watched his disciples die in front of him. He activated his sword pillar and killed one demon soldier after another, but how could the lives of these demon soldiers be compared to the lives of the Fortune Gate's disciples? Xiong Yi's heart was bleeding. Prince Lan's mood wasn't any better. He regretted not killing Xiong Yi outside the battlefield so that he could bring these Fortune Gate's disciples back to the Soaring Dragon Mountain range. Seeing that Xiong Yi was blocked by a demon general, Prince Lan hurriedly released his divine sense to search for Daoist Master Qing Su, who was hiding among the Fortune Gate's disciples. Prince Lan. Sure enough, Daoist Master Qing Su's voice sounded 1,000 zhang away from Prince Lan. Are you going to make a move? Prince Lan, it's not too late to make a move now. If you delay any longer, all of Bai Qingyu's demon soldiers will surround us and we won't even be able to escape. Another voice sounded. Prince Lan was shocked. Venerable Master Fan Tian? You, when did you arrive? Not just me. Venerable Master Fan Tian laughed. The ancestor has also sent over a dozen nascent soul and leaving aperture realm cultivators to help you. As long as you give the order now, we will immediately make you the master of the soaring dragon mountain range. Otherwise, we will prepare to retreat now. After all, Bai Qingyu isn't someone a few nascent soul realm cultivators like us can defeat. Fine. Prince Lan looked at the corpses all over the ground. Humans and demons were mixed together. He gritted his teeth and said, I've decided. Right at this time, the 200,000 Fortune Gate's iron-blooded disciples drove their lightning boats out from the left. Their imposing aura filled the entire battlefield. Not only Prince Lan and Xiong Yi, but even Daoist Qing Su and Venerable Master Fan Tian were shocked. When the Fortune Gate's disciples came closer and everyone's divine sense swept over them, they couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. Xiong Yi controlled his sword pillar to dodge the demon general's attack and shouted, Disciples, our human race has reinforcements. Several 100,000 nascent soul realm disciples are enough to flatten Bai Qingyu. Kill, yes. All of the soaring dragon mountain range's disciples didn't know what was going on, but their hearts were filled with hope and their morale was greatly boosted. Venerable Master Fan Tian. Prince Lan was also in a daze. He transmitted his voice to Venerable Master Fan Tian. Are these the cultivators you mentioned? The ancestor actually has so many disciples? Venerable Master Fan Tian naturally didn't understand what was going on, but when he heard Prince Lan's question, he replied proudly, Of course they aren't my disciples. However, if there is a possibility, then there is only one possibility. This is the ancestor's arrangement. In this world, only our Grand Mist ancestor has such a big hand. Kill. At this point, how could Prince Lan not know what to do? He roared and pounced towards the demon general. How could Venerable Master Fan Tian not understand the meaning behind his words? Venerable Master Qing Su leaped up and pounced on Xiong Yi. Kill for me. At this time, in the distant sky, the black bear spirit's hysterical roar entered Prince Lan's and the others' ears. Prince Lan turned pale with fright and hurriedly released his divine sense. The black bear spirit, who hadn't appeared in the sky a moment ago, had actually activated his demonic cloud and revealed the strength of a 6th-grade origin Qi realm great demon. Beside him, the golden eagle and white lion also revealed their figures. Not good. Prince Lan frantically shouted, This is my Fortune Gate's disciple. Venerable Master Qing Su and Venerable Master Fan Tian were about to attack, but when they heard Prince Lan's shout, their hearts trembled and they quickly stopped. The two of them looked at each other and quietly retreated. Xiong Yi, who was facing countless murderous intents, naturally didn't notice Venerable Master Qing Su and Venerable Master Fan Tian's ambush. When he heard the black bear spirit's roar and Prince Lan's shout, he hurriedly withdrew and released his divine sense. Sure enough, in the sky behind him, the golden eagle spread its wings and swept away all the snowflakes floating in the air. Its huge demonic body revealed the strength of a 6th-grade origin Qi realm cultivator. What's going on? Xiong Yi was stunned. He hurriedly urged his body to fly up into the sky. At this time, a voice came from not far away. Is Brother Xiong in front? Oh. Xiong Yi was slightly taken aback and hurriedly turned his head. He saw Venerable Master Qing Su and Venerable Master Fan Tian flying over with smiles on their faces. Venerable Master Qing Su. Xiong Yi had seen Venerable Master Qing Su in front of the Yaotai mountain. He was a little surprised to see Venerable Master Qing Su here. We are under the orders of the Grand Mist Ancestor to bring a dozen cultivators to rescue Venerable Xiao. Venerable Master Qing Su explained sincerely. When Xiongyi heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He bowed and said, "Thank you, brother. Thank you for your concern for my master." "You're welcome." Venerable Master Qing Su helped Xiongyi up with a smile and said, "You and I are both from the Dao sect. When one of us is in trouble, we naturally need help from all sides. Currently, in the hidden immortal continent, only Venerable Xiao can enter my master's eyes. How can my master not come to rescue Venerable Xiao?" At this point, Venerable Master Qing Su said with a puzzled expression, "But, what's going on with these hundreds of thousands of cultivators?" "This." Xiongyi smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know either. When I figure it out, I will tell you in detail. In addition, when Bai Qingyu's matter is over, I will inform my master of your great kindness and ask him to make a decision." "Well said, well said. We'll talk about everything after this matter is over." Venerable Master Qing Su smiled and turned to Venerable Master Fan Tian and said, "Senior brother Fan Tian, how about we join hands and attack Bai Qingyu?" "Okay." Venerable Master Fan Tian laughed loudly. The two of them no longer spoke to Xiongyi and attacked Bai Qingyu with their techniques. Chapter 43-75. Senior Brother Xiong, what is going on? Cold sweat dripped down Lan's back. He flew to Xiongyi's side and asked loudly, "Are these hundreds of thousands of disciples really my Fortune Gates disciples? How would I know?" Xiongyi felt an indescribable joy in his heart, but he still lowered his voice and said, "I'm just using them to boost the disciples' morale. As for the details, I'll have to ask Black Bear. Let's go." Prince Lan had a guilty conscience, so he was naturally nervous as he urged Xiongyi. Xiongyi and Lan flew high up in the sky and were immediately spotted by the golden condor. The golden condor flapped its wings and arrived in front of the two before Black Bear. It transformed into its human form and bowed. Golden Condor greets the two young masters. "Are you really the Golden Condor?" Lan was in disbelief. After all, the Golden Condor's ferocious aura was much stronger than the demonic beast generals he had encountered before. "Yes, this lowly one is the Golden Condor." The Golden Condor replied indifferently. Although it addressed Lan as the young master, it was Xiao Hua's demonic beast guardian. From its point of view, it was closer to Xiao Hua. "Are these hundreds of thousands of nascent soul cultivators my Fortune Gates disciples?" Xiongyi asked again. "Yes." The Golden Condor nodded. "These 200,000 disciples are the Fortune Gates disciples personally trained by Master." "How is that possible?" Prince Lan exclaimed. "Hasn't he been suppressed by monster monarch Bikinjiu all these years? How could he train so many nascent soul cultivators?" At this moment, the 200,000 iron-blooded army had already charged past Xiongyi and His Highness Lan. The two thunderbolts rumbled as they charged towards the depths of Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu's demons didn't put up much resistance in this torrent and were all killed. Even if there were dozens of 6th-grade demonic beast generals, there were still severed divinity stage disciples among the Fortune Gates disciples who flew out and killed them. How could Lan believe that every single Fortune Gates disciple had a higher cultivation than him? The one suppressed by Bai Qingyu wasn't Master. The Golden Condor replied, "As for how Master trained these disciples, he will naturally explain it to the young Master." Xiongyi, Prince Lan. At this moment, the Black Bear spirit flew over. After calling out to them affectionately, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly kept his wild waves. He bowed and said, "Black Bear greets the two young sect masters." Seeing Black Bear being so respectful towards him, Xiongyi smiled and said, "Now that you are a 6th-grade essence energy, this Xiong is merely a 4th-grade essence energy. You are this Xiong's senior." I don't dare. Black Bear was a little arrogant, but he was only respectful. "Black Bear is only the old master's gatekeeper. I can't be compared to young sect master." "Where is Master?" His Highness Lan asked again. "I don't know either." Black Bear laughed. "Master has already arrived a step earlier." I don't know where he went. See. His Highness Lan was shocked, and cold sweat immediately appeared on his back. Black Bear, tell me honestly. You are already at 6th grade essence force. Where is Master? Xiongyi had a clear conscience, and there was only ecstasy in his heart. He understood that since Xiao Hua was able to nurture an ordinary Fortune Gate disciple into a nascent soul realm cultivator, and even a nascent soul realm cultivator, then as Xiao Hua's disciple, his future was limitless. Does that even need to be said? White Lion also flew over and laughed. From today onwards, our Fortune Gate's disciples can do whatever they want in the 3 mainlands. This is too inconceivable, too inconceivable. Xiongyi really didn't know how to express his incomparably wild emotions. Bear Palm Sect Master. At this time, Ingpo also flew over and shouted, "What's going on?" "Huh, my master is here." Xiongyi laughed loudly. "These 200,000 nascent soul realm disciples are all my Fortune Gate's disciples. That's impossible, right?" Ingpo was still alive, and he looked at everyone in confusion. He then looked at the little white dragon inside the fire pillar and said, "If Master Xiao is here, then who is being suppressed under the fire pillar?" Black Bear Spirit shrugged and shook his head. "Old Master didn't say, so I don't know either." Boom. At this time, a burst of devil chi soared into the sky, and a figure flashed by. Bai Qingyu, a 7th grade essence force great beast, was killed, and the commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention. Is that you, Anya? Prince Lan's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. When did he become so fierce? The fierceness is yet to come. Black Bear Spirit laughed. Black Bear is about to swallow the sun, Anya is Old Master's inner disciple. How can he be worse than Black Bear? Black Bear Spirit said in a low voice, "Xiongyi, I boasted in front of Master that I would massacre Bai Qingyu. You also know that I can fight alone, but when it comes to mobilizing troops, I'm not even fit to carry your shoes. You have to help me." "Oh, these disciples don't know you, just give the order, I'll pass it to you." Xiongyi laughed and said, "With these 200,000 disciples, why would I need to mobilize troops? Wouldn't it be easier to just flatten Bai Qingyu?" Hee hee. Black Bear Spirit only laughed and didn't dare to reply. Since Xiongyi said so, he naturally didn't dare to be careless. He released his divine sense and began to pass down the order. Xiongyi was even more shocked when he saw the 200,000 disciples advancing in an orderly manner. This was clearly an army that had been on the battlefield for a long time. With such an army, who in the 3 mainlands could be the Fortune Gate's opponent? Xiongyi had never seen such a battle formation before. Xiao Hua was also anxious. Seeing the little white dragon suppressed by the fire pillar and the Fortune Gate's disciples fighting on the battlefield, he sent out 200,000 Fortune Gate's iron army. Back in the ruins, when the devil race invaded, the Fortune Gate only sent out 200,000 disciples. Those 200,000 disciples roamed the southwest of the ruins, saved 8 sects from danger, and defeated the devil race. Their fame spread far and wide. Now, how could a small Bai Qingyu compare to the devil race? Although these 200,000 disciples weren't all the original 200,000 disciples, the main force was still there. Facing Bai Qingyu's demon soldiers and generals, these 200,000 Fortune Gate's disciples were like a flood that washed over the land. The several 100,000 demonic beast cultivators who tried to resist were like small ripples in the water as they were annihilated. The several 100,000 demonic beast cultivators who were holding back the rear also hurried over to meet the battle. Seeing such an unstoppable attack, Xiongyi was shocked. He flew to the Black Bear Spirit's side and opened his mouth, but no words came out. Not only were these Fortune Gate's disciples powerful, but their teamwork was also very good. More importantly, there was a cultivator who was better at commanding than him. Xiongyi had already noticed that after he gave out his orders, the Fortune Gate's disciples would complete their tasks to the letter. Moreover, they would also reorganize some details that he hadn't thought of. Moreover, this situation didn't happen in one place, but in different areas of the 200,000 disciples. In other words, there were many disciples who were commanding the battle. At this point, Xiongyi was too embarrassed to give any orders. He looked at the black bear spirit and said, "Black bear, master asked you to command this battle, because he has a card up his sleeve. Why are you pulling me?" "Ah. Is that so?" The black bear spirit naturally couldn't see the reason. He scratched his head and said, "How would I know? I'm just afraid of messing up master's plan." "Then what do you think we should do?" "Easy." Xiongyi looked at Prince Lan, then at the golden condor and white lion. He smiled and said, "Just 5 words." Say it, say it." The black bear spirit urged. "Bathe Bai Qingyu in blood." Xiongyi replied word by word. "Humph, that's right, massacre." The black bear spirit snorted coldly, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Master is benevolent. If he wasn't forced, he would never give orders like this. Xiongyi smiled, but the smile on his face was cold. He replied, "However, we lost more than half of our Fortune Gate's disciples in this battle. Do you think the Fortune Gate's disciples you brought will show mercy? Kill. Kill. Kill." The black bear spirit understood and shouted, "Massacre Bai Qingyu." Naturally, there was no need for the black bear spirit to say the word kill. The Fortune Gate's disciples from the Xinhua continent flew over and saw the corpses on the ground. There was no lack of humans among them. Their eyes had long turned red. The lightning above the lightning boats were like swords, while the treasures below the boats were like blades. The blades and swords fell on Bai Qingyu's demonic beasts, reaping their lives every time. The demonic beasts' lives and blood were washing away the humiliation they had inflicted on Daoist Xiao. While Zhai Xingzi, Xiongyi, Ao Sheng, and Ao Zhantian were ecstatic to have escaped death, the 3 beast kings and the group of demonic beasts near Bai Qingyu's heavenly dam water prison were in a predicament. These demonic beast clansmen who were gulping down wine, meat, and slaughtering demonic beasts as appetizers laughed heartily when they saw the appearance of the 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples. They thought that it was another free meal. However, when they saw the Fortune Gate disciples slaughtering the demonic beast clansmen, destroying Bai Qingyu's demonic beast formation like a hot knife through butter, and the 2 lightning ships approaching the heavenly dam water prison, they were dumbfounded. "My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right?" Peng Jun looked at the light screen in disbelief and released his primordial sense. His primordial sense swept across the battlefield like a mountain. The killing intent of the hundreds of thousands of disciples almost destroyed his primordial sense. Peng Jun couldn't help but ask. Ni Quan was also dumbfounded. Could it be that the Dao Gate's cultivators from the hidden immortal continent are all here for Daoist Xiaohua? How is that possible? Bai Qing's body flashed with a 5-colored halo as he replied coldly, "Even the entire hidden immortal continent can't have so many high-level cultivators, right? Then where did these humans come from? It seems like we didn't receive any information at all, right?" Peng Jun frowned. "Ha ha ha, who cares where they came from?" Bai Qing laughed loudly. "Right now, not only do we have Bai Qingyu's demonic beasts, but we also have the demonic beasts from Shrouding Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain. Why would we be afraid of these hundreds of thousands of humans? Do you think these demonic beasts in front of us are pushovers? I originally thought that this would be a feast, and these human cultivators were merely appetizers. Who would have thought that they would actually become a feast? Brothers." Chapter 4376. Yes. The group of great demons stood up proudly and replied while wiping the blood from their mouths. "Assemble all of Bai Qingyu's demon soldiers and kill the humans." Bai Qing ordered coldly, completely disregarding the hundreds of thousands of nascent soul cultivators. "Yes, Your Majesty." The great demons received the order and moved their demon clouds. The 2 demon kings, Peng Jun and Ni Quan, also looked at each other and ordered the remaining great demons, "You all also lead all the men to fight against the humans." "Yes." The group of great demons left, leaving only the 3 demon kings and other demon attendants at the foot of the mountain. Ni Quan raised his head to look at Xiaohua under the fire pillar and said with a smile, the humans are the most cunning. Brother Demon, you have to be careful. Don't fall for the humans' trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain? Bai Qing's tone was full of disdain as she replied, Brother Demon, have you forgotten? The humans also have a saying that all schemes and tricks are nothing in front of strength. Do you think that the human cultivators can succeed in their schemes in front of us demon kings? Brother Demon, you better not be too careless. Ni Quan said with some worry, this is 200,000 nascent soul cultivators. I have never heard that the hidden immortal continent has so many Daoist disciples. If it's really a trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain, this is a bit too much. Peng Jun's eyes flickered with golden light as he looked at the battle in the distance and said indifferently, Xiao Hua, who is only at the 4th or 5th grade of essence energy, is it worth it? Suddenly, Ni Quan opened his mouth again and asked very strangely, Brother Peng, I still don't understand one thing. I didn't dare to ask before. At this point, I think it's better to ask. Oh. What question does Brother Demon have? Could it be that we haven't been frank enough? Peng Jun was stunned. It's not a big question. Ni Quan glanced at Bai Qing and asked, Brother Peng seems to want to get some information from Xiao Hua, right? Since he's not willing to answer, why can't we search his soul? Although our demon race's soul-searching method can't compare to the humans, it's still better than interrogating for 100 years, right? I'll have to ask Brother Bai to answer this question. Peng Jun's face twitched slightly, revealing a smile yet not a smile as he replied. Bai Qing didn't hide anything and replied, I've thought about this before. However, the soul-searching technique of the demon race is different from that of the human race. Moreover, I've also asked the Confucian cultivators of the human race. They said that the Daoist sect is the best at soul-searching. However, the Confucian cultivator had also said that no matter how brilliant the soul-searching technique was, there was always a chance of failure. So. At this point, Bai Qing pointed at a certain spot in the air and said in a low voice, Ancestor doesn't allow it. Alright, then I understand. When Ni Quan heard the old ancestor's name, respect immediately appeared on his face. He knew that the information Bai Qingyu wanted was too important and couldn't be careless in the slightest. He turned his head again, looked around, and said with a smile, apart from the banquet, we've also invited you into our trap. I wonder if the two demon brothers will be able to find any clues in this battle. We still don't know if there's any progress on the matter we're waiting for. However, it seems that Brother Ni's matter has already been ruined. Peng Jun replied with a faint smile. Ni Quan nodded and said, although there hasn't been any news, looking at the situation, there's a more powerful enemy after these humans. This enemy isn't someone that our ancient Bell Mountain can compare to. Anyway, it's just a setup in the human race. If it doesn't work this time, there'll be a next time. Boom. At this moment, a strong wind roared in the distant sky, and several thick 5-colored light pillars soared into the sky. However, the beam of light disappeared in a flash, leaving no trace behind. It's indeed a diversion. Peng Jun laughed and said with a sweep of the golden light in his eyes. However, after a moment, his face changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, oh no, the enemy seems to be quite powerful or has some special divine ability. I can't find any trace of it. Oh. Bai Qing was also slightly stunned. She glanced at Peng Jun and asked curiously, even Brother Peng can't find it? Yes. Peng Jun's face became more and more serious, and he said in a low voice, it seems that we're going to have some trouble. Brother Bai, have you informed the star-concealing lake about today's battle? Ni Quan asked hurriedly. Bai Qing replied, in addition, if Brother Yao has informed, then I'll inform too. When Peng Jun heard this, his face showed a trace of relief, and he said, that's good. That's good. If something really goes wrong, we won't be able to explain it. Ni Quan was even more curious, and he transmitted his voice, Brother Peng, what do you want to ask? It seems that you're more nervous than Bai Qing. Hee, I can't say. Peng Jun smiled and didn't answer. Ni Quan was about to speak again. Buzz. Suddenly, the weather within a radius of 100 miles changed. The dark clouds suddenly began to roar like waves, and thousands of vortexes formed in midair. Each vortex had wisps of lightning flashing in it. The three monster kings turned pale with fright when they felt the will that was even more vast than the mountains slowly descending from the clouds. After receiving the three beast kings' orders, the group of greater demons led their troops out to meet the Fortune Gate's disciples head-on. The dozen or so greater demons had yet to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths, and they immediately released their demonic chi. With demonic clouds and demonic weapons in their hands, they charged towards the Fortune Gate's disciples. In the eyes of these greater demons, a grade 4 nascent soul cultivator was just an appetizer, even if there were 200,000 of them. Xiong was alarmed when he saw the greater demons flying towards them from afar. He hurriedly shouted, "Black Bear, quick, order the army to get into formation. This is a grade 7 nascent soul realm greater demon, it's not something we can deal with." "Okay." Although Black Bear answered, the disdain in his eyes was obvious. After witnessing the bloody battle between the human race and the devil race, no one would be too concerned about these demonic beasts. "Get into formation and meet the enemy." Black Bear roared in midair. Kacha! Huge lightning bolts emerged from the two lightning boats at the same time. The lightning bolts intersected and protected the two lightning boats. Furthermore, after the two lightning boats stopped, lightning bolts appeared on the surface of the flying boats. These lightning bolts formed a net that spread out in all directions. When the 200,000 nascent soul cultivators saw that the two lightning boats had stopped, they also stopped their attacks. However, they did not stop. Instead, they flew in an extremely orderly manner. Some flew to the left, some to the right, and some even flew off into the distance. However, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the 200,000 nascent soul cultivators split into 108 small groups and surrounded the Heaven Dam Water Prison's light pillar. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the 108 small groups appeared, the entire ground shook. Countless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy condensed into thumb-sized crystal lights that fell on the 108 small groups. When the yuan chi of heaven and earth landed, the 108 spots simultaneously flashed with brilliance. Obscure ripples soared into the sky and gathered together in a tacit understanding. Then, they descended towards the light pillars and sealed the entire sky dam water prison tightly. This is the capital Heavenly Stars formation. Xiong couldn't help but exclaim when he saw how familiar the light and the fluctuations were. "That's right," Black Bear said proudly. "This is the military formation that General Sun set up based on the Old Master's capital Heavenly Stars formation. Ever since our Fortune Gate's disciples activated it, they have been invincible and have never been defeated." "General Sun?" Xiong was taken aback. He didn't know who Black Bear was talking about. Hee. Black Bear realized that he had misspoken. He chuckled and pointed to the front. "Xiong, look ahead, oh." Xiong smiled. Naturally, he wouldn't ask too much. However, he didn't mind Black Bear changing the topic. However, when Xiong saw the Fortune Gate's disciples flying out from the 108 small groups, he couldn't help but be shocked. He exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? There are actually so many body integration realm disciples?" There aren't that many. Most of these disciples are 6th grade Essence Force incarnations. Only a few of them are 7th grade Essence Force incarnations. Black Bear chuckled. He didn't seem to care at all. In the past, Xiaohua had taken away tens of thousands of babies from the soaring Dragon Mountain range. These babies had spent thousands of years in the heavenly prison. Their aptitudes might not be comparable to Lu Yi and the others, but the Xinhua continent's heaven and earth origin energy was unbelievably abundant. Moreover, when these babies cultivated, they were different from Lu Yi and the others. They focused on Dao sex magic arts, and even lightning arts. Therefore, after thousands of years of focused cultivation, many of the disciples had divine abilities that weren't inferior to Lu Yi and the others. These disciples were the pillars of the Fortune Gate, and at the same time, they were also the elites of the Xinhua continent. After experiencing the ruins and the desolate continent, their knowledge and cultivation had improved greatly. Now, they had all established their own sections. However, there were too many powerful people on the Xinhua continent. Without the permission of the Lightning Sage and Xiaohua, they were still juniors and didn't establish their own sections. Even when Xiaohua had casually pulled them out of the Xinhua continent during the battle here, they had only thought of themselves as ordinary Fortune Gate disciples. Only when the Heavenly Star formation was completed and they were facing a 7th grade Essence Force Great Demon did they reveal their sharpness like an awl entering a sack. Master, is really generous. Xiongyi groaned. His mouth was full of bitterness. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and the highest cultivation was only 4th grade Nascent Soul Realm. When Xiaohua appeared, he casually took out a Nascent Soul Realm disciple. Moreover, these body integration realm and spirit severing realm cultivators, which had never appeared on the hidden immortal continent, were hidden among the nascent soul realm cultivators. The offensive formation from before must have been set up by these high-grade disciples. Xiongyi was smiling bitterly when a cold voice sounded from several formations in the distance. Damn feathered beast, you dare to block the way? Hand over your life. Chapter 43-77. Xiongyi knew that it was Yuanya's voice the moment he heard it, and he hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, about 10 miles to the left, Yuanya flew over with more than 10 giant dragons. Seeing an eagle-like great demon charging over, he immediately waved his bone spear and went up to meet it. That greater demon had the bloodline of the sky concealing Ridge's golden-winged great peng. He saw that the array set up by the Fortune Gate's disciples was very profound. Even though the one flying out of the array was only a 6th grade origin energy Dao Gate's cultivator, if he attacked directly, he might not have the upper hand. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to attack, he heard Yuanya scolding the array, and he couldn't help but feel angry. That greater demon stretched his neck and let out a long cry. Ga. He spread his wings, and his entire body soared into the sky. Then, with a turn, he swooped down like a mountain. His eagle claws not only let out shrill whistling sounds, they even tore through the void. Come on. Yuanya narrowed his eyes and roared. Pitch-black true energy flashed around his body. This true energy was different from devil chi, and it didn't have devil flames or devils. However, when this true energy entered the bone spear, devil chi began to form from the bone spear's handle. Countless thumb-sized devils were born from the bone spear, and they rushed towards the tip of the spear. When the demonic chi carried the demon general through the bone spear, a demonic dragon was born in Yuanya's hand. It was surrounded by demonic chi. That devil dragon roared and charged into the sky. Even though the golden-winged great peng's claws tore through the void, wherever the devil dragon flew out, the devil chi would fill the void. Rip. An ear-piercing sound rang out as the golden-winged great peng's claws tore the devil dragon's devil chi apart. One by one, the blood devils were cut in half by the devil chi. Under the devil chi, the bone spear's body was revealed once again. Caw. Seeing that the attack was effective, the great golden-winged rock let out another clear cry and opened its mouth. Whoosh. A silver-white beam of light fell. Wherever the beam of light landed, all the torn demonic chi was destroyed. Not a single demon escaped. However, just as the golden-winged rock was about to grab Yuanya's body with its claws, Yuanya suddenly raised his hand and flicked the spear. The entire body of the spear emitted a mysterious crimson color. At the tip of the spear, the bone dragon's mouth spat out a ray of bloody light, which landed on the golden-winged rock's body. The golden-winged rock was shocked. It flapped its wings to try to dodge, but it was only able to dodge the attack. One of its wings was hit by the blood light. Sizzle. When the sanguine light landed on the wing, half of the wing was immediately corroded. The golden-winged rock's body immediately became unstable. Go to hell. Seeing this, Yuanya suddenly roared. A pitch-black light flashed around his body. Under the urging of his dermic powers, the demonic spear pounced forward like a dragon. The dragon's horn was like the tip of the spear, and it pierced right into the golden-winged rock's abdomen. Puff! The golden-winged rock's demon body, which had been tempered for an unknown period of time, was unable to block the demonic spear. The tip of the spear ruthlessly pierced into the demon body. Caw! The golden-winged rock let out a mournful cry. Its other wing flapped rapidly, and its entire body flew up in the hurricane, trying to escape. However, the golden-winged rock only flew up a few feet. At the spot where the demonic spear had pierced into the demon body, a fist-sized demonic flame appeared. This demonic flame began to spread rapidly from the golden-winged rock's abdomen to other parts of its body. Caw caw. The golden-winged rock panicked. As it screeched, it hurriedly spat out another ray of silver-white light, trying to destroy the demonic flame. However, before it could spit out a few rays of silver-white light, the demonic flame had already swallowed its several hundred Jiang body. A short while later, a blood-red phantom emerged from the demonic flame. It seemed to be the greater demon's secret technique. Unfortunately, this phantom had only just poked its head out. Aoo. Several devils formed from demonic flame emerged from all directions, opening their mouths wide as they pounced on the phantom. In a few breaths' time, the phantom was swallowed by a group of devils. Xianxia, who was watching from afar, was dumbfounded. He sucked in a breath of cold air as he said, This is a 7th grade origin Qi realm greater demon Ah. He was killed just like that? It's not just this greater demon, look at the others. The black bear spirit said nonchalantly as he pointed in another direction. Sure enough, other than the greater demon that Yuanya was fighting, there were more than a dozen greater demons leading several hundred 6th grade origin Qi realm greater demon generals. With the demonic spear in Yuanya's hand, dealing with the greater demon was a piece of cake, but the other Fortune Gate disciples were having a hard time. Most of them were fighting with the greater demon, and there were even 3 to 5 Fortune Gate disciples who were forced into a passive position, almost losing their lives several times. Although Xiongyi saw it, he could only watch from the sidelines. This level of battle was beyond his ability, and he would only be throwing his life away if he went up. Woo! Right at this moment, a series of thunderous roars that resembled the roars of giant beasts resounded in front of the group of Fortune Gate's disciples. In the next moment, they saw the dense clouds in the middle of the capital heaven star formation churning rapidly as thousands of vortexes formed within the formation. Then, thousands of lightning bolts flashed within the vortexes, striking down towards the ground. As the lightning bolts fell, the space within 100 li was filled with huge pillars of lightning. Within these pillars of lightning, a powerful consciousness descended from the heavens, and in a few breaths' time, it had enveloped an area of 1,000 li. Boom! As the unshakable consciousness descended, the capital heavenly stars formation let out an even more powerful roar. The 108 talisman-like formations suddenly lit up, emitting dazzling lightning bolts. The lightning bolts soared into the sky, attacking the dozen greater demons and several hundred demon generals blocking the army. Woo! Like a whirlwind, the 7th grade Essence Qi Great Demon and the 6th grade Essence Qi Demon General were instantly annihilated by the lightning. When the lightning passed by, not to mention bones, even the primordial spirit and soul did not have a single trace left behind. Xiongyi's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. However, the scene that appeared next made him freeze in mid-air, and he even forgot to breathe. As the consciousness descended, in the midst of the several thousand pillars of lightning, a several thousand zhang tall golden body slowly appeared in the sky. This golden body appeared from the feet, inch by inch, and with every inch of the golden body that appeared, the vastness of the consciousness increased by a little. Although the appearance of the golden body seemed slow, in reality, it was extremely fast. When the consciousness that filled heaven and earth had reached its limit, the appearance of the golden body was revealed. Although all the Fortune Gate's disciples had a premonition in their hearts, when Xiongyi's sword-like eyebrows reached his temples, his phoenix-like eyes slanted, and the anger and supreme majesty between his brows appeared in the sky, the reverence and worship in the hearts of all the disciples also reached an extreme level. The morale that had been suppressed by the greater demons instantly soared into the sky like an unsheathed sword, matching with Xiao Hua's consciousness, as if it was Xiao Hua's sword. Xiao! Xiaohua. When the three greater demon kings saw Xiaohua's appearance, the shock in their hearts was even greater than when they saw the sky collapse. How is this possible? Golden light flickered in Peng Jun's eyes, and the feathers around his body trembled rapidly under Xiaohua's pressure. How can Xiaohua be a Mahayana cultivator? How can there be a Mahayana cultivator in this world? Damn it. Ni Quan's heart was like dead ashes. I actually schemed against a human cultivator with a 9th grade essence force. Am I tired of living? Could this be a trap set by Xiaohua for me, Bai Qingyu? Bai Qing thought even more. No. This can't be Xiaohua, this is Qi. Peng Jun immediately exclaimed without hesitation. Qi? Bai Qing and Ni Quan were stunned, and asked in surprise, who is Qi? Brother Peng, at this point, could it be that you still have something to hide? What's the point of asking so much now? Peng Jun sneered, and tried his best to resist the pressure, and shouted, how should we deal with it? What countermeasures can we come up with? Bai Qing smiled bitterly. This human cultivator is at the 9th grade essence force. There's an essential difference between the 9th grade and the 8th grade. What can we do to resist? Damn it. Peng Jun's eyes flashed with viciousness. He's just a human. So what if he's at the 9th grade essence force? The three of us have already risked our lives, do we still have to be afraid of him? Don't forget, this dragon who looks like Xiaohua has been suppressed by us for close to 200 years. If we fall into his hands, I'm afraid we'll suffer a fate worse than death. That's right. If we die, Peng Sage, Bei Sage, and Ni Sage will definitely not let this guy go. Even if he's at the 9th grade essence force, how can he be a match for 3 great sages? Ni Quan made a decision in a moment. The 3 demon kings looked at each other and were about to make a move. At this moment, Xiaohua was standing in the air like a god. His eyes were like lightning as he looked around. Humph. He coldly snorted and grabbed with his right hand. Wang. All the lightning within a few miles was caught in his hand and turned into a lightning sword. Then, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the lightning sword slashed at the shadow of the fire pillar in midair. Boom. As the lightning sword fell, whether it was the shadow of light or Bai Qingyu's demon array, all of them turned into ashes. However, when the lightning sword landed on the heavenly dam water prison, a 5-colored halo emerged from the top of the prison and blocked the lightning sword. Ha! Xiaohua looked at the halo and laughed. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? Then, Xiaohua shook his hand, and the lightning sword turned into tens of thousands of lightning fragments that fell between heaven and earth. At the same time, he waved his right arm and took out the 5 elemental wishful heaven staff. Grow. Xiaohua roared, and the 5 elemental wishful heaven staff turned into a huge staff that was as big as a mountain. Open. Xiaohua swung the 5 elemental wishful heaven staff and smashed it on the mountain peak of the heavenly dam water prison. Chapter 4378. Boom. The 5-colored halo only resisted for a moment and immediately turned into fragments scattered among the rocks. When the wishful steel staff fell, the entire mountain peak shook extremely. Just in front of hundreds of thousands of human cultivators, the heavenly dam water prison collapsed from the top, revealing the fire pillar that suppressed the little white dragon inside. The wishful steel staff did not stop and still fell on the fire pillar. However, the 5-colored halo on the fire pillar was instantly destroyed, and the various colors of the demon characters inside were broken inch by inch. The crimson magma and flames inside the fire pillar, as well as the 5-colored light in the flames, were also destroyed by the wishful steel staff. It was like a volcanic eruption pouring out in all directions. How is this possible? Ni Quan and Peng Jun were not surprised, but the 5-colored light around Bai Qing's body could not help but jump, and a surprised voice came. Because he was too clear about the origin of this demon array, he really did not believe that Xiaohua could defeat this demon array with a single blow. Ni Quan and Peng Jun did not quite understand why Bai Qing was so surprised, but at this time, they saw Xiao Hua waving his big hand holding the wishful steel staff, and the entire collapsed fire pillar was imprisoned by Xiao Hua again. Thousands of small thunder threads gushed out from the big hand, covering all the magma and flames, and a small rune flowed between these thunder threads. In the huge roar, the entire fire pillar was condensed again. As Xiao Hua's big hand grasped, the huge fire pillar shrank, and finally condensed into a fist-sized fire bead. This fire bead was surrounded by thunder patterns, and layers of 5-colored halos also flowed between the thunder patterns. Seeing Xiao Hua's magical power, the 3 demon kings who were going to go all out were completely discouraged. The courage that had just been summoned turned into the 9 clouds, and no one knew where it landed. Luckily, the 3 demon kings rejoiced at the same time. The dragon suppressed under the fire pillar was not killed. However, when Xiao Hua took back the fire pillar, the heavenly dam water prison turned into an abyss of thousands of feet. At the bottom of the abyss, where was the little white dragon's body? Damn it! Xiao Hua scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately flew into a rage. He once again raised his hand. Rumble. 3 enormous bolts of lightning, like dragons, enveloped the 3 monster kings at the same time. Bai Qing and the other beast kings felt the space around them tighten. Not to mention the power of the stars and moon, even the scenery in front of them had changed. The hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples from before had turned into a boundless sea of lightning in a flash. Within the sea of lightning, there were horned dragons roaring with fury and dragon's might. You actually dare to make fun of this old man? Xiao Hua's dignified voice emerged from the sea of lightning. Following this voice, countless bolts of lightning surged towards the 3 monster kings. Amidst the lightning, a mountain-like fist struck the 3 Fey monarchs. Boom! 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 The void shattered as the 3 Fey monarchs turned pale with fright. They hurriedly tried to dodge, but in the face of absolute power, all their attempts to block and scheme were futile. In the eyes of the 3 Fey monarchs, the fist had already become the world. The 3 8th-grade demonic beast kings had no way of resisting at all. With 3 loud bangs, the huge demonic beast kings were struck by a fist at the same time. The demonic beast kings that had been refined for God knows how many years were instantly smashed open, and the 3 demonic beast kings were sent flying into the air. In just a split second, that fist that covered heaven and earth turned into a palm. With a slight move, the 3 monster kings' bloody bodies were pulled back. At this time, the 3 monster kings no longer had any thoughts of resistance. Bai Qing pleaded, Daoist Xiao, please spare my life. What happened, this little one, is also not clear. That's right. Ni Quan called out in a servile manner. Just now when the image of the fire pillar appeared, this little one was still worried, so I used my essence force to take a look. The dragon clan is still safe and sound there, father? At this time, suddenly, an ecstatic voice came from underground not far away. Then, another voice calmly called out, Father, have you escaped? Goldie. This voice naturally came from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Hua was shocked. He no longer cared about interrogating the 3 monster kings. His other hand grabbed towards the source of the voice. The entire earth shook violently again. Xiao Hua's big hand directly pierced into the ground. When the big hand reached out again, Goldie and Blackie appeared in midair, full of energy. Father! Goldie shouted and flew towards Xiao Hua. However, when he saw Xiao Hua's huge golden body, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. On the other hand, Blackie seemed very calm. Although he was wagging his tail, he also looked at Xiao Hua's golden body in a daze. If the 2 little ones didn't go through experience, they wouldn't be like this. Xiao Hua was Xiao Hua, their father. However, after more than 200 years of experience, they had a lot of understanding of strength and realm. They also understood that their father couldn't have reached such a high realm in such a short time. Damn it! Seeing that the 2 little ones were safe and sound, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. Looking at Bai Qing, who was imprisoned by him, he angrily rebuked, "Not only did you tarnish my name, you suppressed my good friend, and you even imprisoned my child. You really deserve to die." As he spoke, he stretched out his right index finger. A thunderbolt like a sword pierced through the air and stabbed towards Bai Qing. "Father, wait." Goldie saw that Xiaohua was angry and hurriedly shouted again, "Although this monster king suppressed father, oh, no, how could his strength suppress father? Oh, forget it, I don't care." Although this monster king imprisoned the boy, he didn't make things difficult for him. He gave good food and drinks to the boy. It seems that he wants to win over the boy. Oh. Xiaohua frowned, and the lightning sword light stopped. The lightning sword light was only a few feet away from Bai Qing's shell, and this distance was no longer enough to block the power of the lightning. The five-colored halo on his shell had already been shattered, and cracks had appeared on that incomparably hard shell. Obviously, it was injured by his punch just now. What's going on? Although Xiaohua was furious, he wouldn't force his anger on others and cause misunderstandings. "It's like this, father." Blackie wagged his tail and replied, "We heard that father was suppressed by this monster king." Then Blackie told the story. After Xiaohua heard it, he smiled and said, "So, you two don't hate this monster king?" "Of course not. This monster king dared to suppress father. Naturally, we have to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. However, just from the matter of the boy has nothing to say." Blackie and Goldie answered seriously. Xiaohua was comforted and nodded, "You two have a clear distinction between love and hate. Father is very happy. You can go home and wait." "Yes, father." The two reunited with Xiaohua and were overjoyed. When Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror, they hurriedly flew into the light pillar and landed on Xinhua continent. "Where are the dragons that you suppressed?" Xiaohua put away the two and turned to look at Bai Qing and asked coldly. This little one really doesn't know." At this time, the five-colored halo around Bai Qing had dimmed, and his voice was obviously hoarse. "It was here just now." "Hee hee." Xiaohua looked at Ni Quan and Peng Jun and laughed. "One is the monster king of Shrouding Sky Ridge, the other is the monster king of Ancient Bell Mountain. I didn't expect that I would be valued by three monster kings. This little one is really honored." Senior. Peng Jun was unruly, but at this time, facing the supreme existence of the Mahayana realm in the three continents, he really couldn't resist and hurriedly shouted, "This little one really didn't do anything. This little one really doesn't know. Where did that dragon go?" Seeing the three monster kings like this, Xiaohua was also surprised. His soul was somewhat related to Little White Dragon's soul, but after he arrived at Bai Qingyu, he didn't sense Little White Dragon's aura. He previously thought that Bai Qingyu's demon array was brilliant, but now it seemed that Little White Dragon wasn't in Bai Qingyu at all. Moreover, Xiaohua had already checked within 10,000 miles and also didn't find Little White Dragon's aura. If Little White Dragon hadn't been moved, then Little White Dragon's aura was concealed by a brilliant demon array. Bzzz. Just as Xiaohua was pondering, a huge rumbling sound came from the sky again. The clouds within 100 miles that had been enveloped by the lightning began to boil once again, and the snowflakes that had begun to drift down disappeared once again. Moreover, this boiling spread out in all directions. In just a few breaths of time, it had reached 1,000 kilometers. Not only that, even after reaching 1,000 kilometers, the storm-like clouds showed no signs of stopping. Strands of light from the moon and stars surged out from the clouds, and the clouds once again spread out to 5,000 kilometers. The starlight and moonlight were like swimming fish, like water and like a painting, gradually overflowing the entire sky. Wisps of starlight and moonlight condensed again, transforming into huge demon runes. The demonic runes emitted a rumbling sound as they gathered at 3 spots in the sky. When the power of the stars and moon reached a certain level, even the heavens and earth began to tremble. 3 enormous vortexes were slowly formed, each of them emitting an enormous aura of desolation. The beams of light from the stars and moon, which were even larger than mountains, shot down, tearing apart the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. Holy Temple Teleportation. Holy Temple Teleportation. Peng Jun's eyes were wild with joy, and he shouted, "Great Holy Temple, a great saint of our monster clan has come. Thank you, Great Holy Temple, thank you, Saint Ni." Ni Quan tried his best to flap his wings to express his excitement, but unfortunately, under Xiao Hua's restriction, how could he move? He could only shout hysterically, "This little one can finally live to see tomorrow night's starlight." Daoist Master Xiao. Bai Qingyu was ecstatic, but she was also somewhat calm. She said, "This is all a misunderstanding. Everything this little one did before was indeed wrong to Daoist Master Xiao. Now that 3 great saints of our great holy temple have arrived, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be my Bay Saint, Zhangyu Sky Rock Saint, and Xian Sky Forest Ni Saint. I, Bai Qingyu, am willing to apologize to Daoist Master Xiao in front of the 3 great saints." Chapter 4379. This demon king Bai Qing was quite tactful. Seeing the 3 great sages teleporting over, Xiao Hua was obviously at a disadvantage. Although he didn't know why the 3 great sages came, since they were here, he naturally had to use this opportunity to find a way out for himself. His words were quite sincere and didn't have any intention of threatening. Instead, he was begging for mercy, giving Xiao Hua a way out. Hee hee. Peng Jun sneered. "Bai Qing, why do you have to be so humble? Although Daoist Xiao is a human of the 9th grade, my great sage Hall Sage Peng is also of the 9th grade. In addition to Sage Ni and Sage Bei, it's already clear who will win and who will lose. Even if we fall now, there won't be any survivors among the hundreds of thousands of humans around Bai Qingyu. Isn't it better to let them die with us?" Ni Quan looked at Peng Jun in a daze. He didn't know where Peng Jun got his confidence from. And he was also muttering in his heart. If it was just from the purpose of suppressing the little white dragon, he was in the greatest danger, because what he coveted was Xiao Hua's power. He even knew that Shui Mingzi had already killed some human cultivators related to Xiao Hua. And although Peng Jun and Bai Qing had interrogated the little white dragon the most, what they wanted was some information, and it did not involve Xiao Hua's own safety. From his point of view, the one Xiao Hua hated the most should be him. Therefore, he only pondered a little and said with a smile, "Daoist Xiao, I advise you to stop here. We don't know your background and have offended you. Daoist Xiao's disciples attacking Bai Qingyu is actually a taboo of our 1,000 demons sacred realm. The 3 great sages shouldn't have come for such a small matter like Bai Qingyu. The war between the human race and the demon race is a big matter. We will admit our mistake in front of the 3 great sages and ask the 3 great sages to consider and not report this matter to the Great Sage Hall. Otherwise, not only will the lives of the hundreds of thousands of your disciples be in danger, even the human race of the hidden immortal continent might." This Ni Quan was the most cunning. He didn't mention his own covetousness. Instead, he expanded the scope of the matter and directly linked it to the war between the human race and the demon race. Although he didn't mention Xiao Hua, every word was filled with a kind of threat. He was confident that in the face of 3 great sages, in the face of the risk of being killed, Xiao Hua would definitely make his own choice. Unfortunately, contrary to the 3 monster kings' expectations, Xiao Hua smiled coldly and ignored them. Instead, he stood there silently and looked at the 3 enormous vortexes of starlight that had already formed in the sky. These 3 vortexes were distributed high up in the sky above Bai Qingyu. They were about 1,000 miles apart from each other and surrounded Xiao Hua's golden body in a triangular shape. Right in front of the several 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples' eyes, boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive thunderous booms sounded as the starlight pillar inside the vortex shone brightly. Along with the starlight pillar was a black and white luster. Then, 3 strands of consciousness that were not weaker than Xiao Hua's rushed out from the starlight vortex, rushing out in all directions like a flash flood. Following the emergence of these strands of consciousness, one of the vortexes spewed out boundless golden light. This golden light landed in the sky and condensed into a several thousand zhang tall golden phantom. The phantom had a golden crown on its head, and when it spread its wings, boundless starlight rushed out from within. It was the outline of a golden-winged great peng. The phantom only appeared for a few breaths, but countless golden spots appeared on the phantom again. As if adding the finishing touch, the phantom emitted a dazzling golden light. This golden light was so resplendent that even Xiao Hua couldn't help but close his eyes. However, even with his eyes closed, the outline of the golden-winged great peng was still imprinted in his mind. When Xiao Hua opened his eyes again, he saw that the dazzling golden phantom had already turned into a living golden-winged great peng. This golden-winged great peng slightly spread its wings, and the golden light was like the rising sun, shining brightly on the earth. A kind of pressure that could make all living things crawl spread out from this dazzling light. Wherever the dazzling light passed, the lightning in the capital heaven star formation flickered and then disappeared. Tens of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples fell from the sky. Not only that, but as the dazzling light flashed, the several thousand zhang tall demonic beast's body rapidly expanded. After countless pillars of starlight fell, it actually expanded to several hundred li, or even 1,000 li. A feeling that was as vast as the heavens came from this golden-winged great peng's demonic beast body, and it made people yearn to look up to a tall mountain. This golden-winged great peng was the #1 great sage in the 1,000 demons' sacred ground. At the same time that the golden-winged great peng revealed itself, another vortex spewed out light blue strands of light. These strands of light were mixed with a thick gray color. After the strands of light surged out, they did not condense into a phantom like the golden light. Instead, they spread out in all directions. In particular, these strands of light crisscrossed, like a kind of silk net, covering several hundred li of space in a few breaths' time. When the golden-winged great peng's demonic beast body appeared, the net also emitted a soft gray halo. This halo floated out from the strands of light like fish scales, and the entire space trembled and distorted under this halo. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of millions of tiny pillars of starlight and moonlight fell from the sky, accurately hitting each of the halos of light. Then, a faint blue light suddenly surged out from within the halos of light, and a huge flying feather void beast was revealed, turning into tens of thousands of fragments. When the faint blue light dimmed, the flying feather void beast had completely recovered. A vast aura that was not weaker than the golden-winged great peng's demonic beast body also emerged from its demonic beast body, and swept towards the human cultivators in another direction. This flying feather void beast was the third great sage of the 1,000 demons' holy land. A 5-colored halo surged out from the last vortex. Needless to say, this was the 5-colored sea god Seashell, the fourth great sage of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. However, the appearance of the 5-colored sea god Seashell was different. The 5-colored halo rushed out from the vortex like a stream of light and quickly landed on a small dot in the sky. When all the halos gathered, the space where the small dot was located began to tremble violently. Indescribable fluctuations rushed out in all directions like a windmill. Similarly, the surrounding several hundred li of this light that was filled with pillars of starlight and moonlight. When the golden-winged great peng's golden light appeared, the tens of thousands of small dots began to rotate like a kaleidoscope. Countless halos of light flooded out from the 5-colored light, illuminating the surrounding several hundred li. When the halos of light turned into a huge 5-colored wheel of light, the patterns of a seashell appeared between the light and shadow. A similarly vast aura surged out, and the 5-colored halo withdrew into the seashell, revealing the demonic beast body of the 5-colored sea god Seashell. There were a total of 6 great sages in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Today, half of the great sages were gathered in by Qingyu. This was something that had never happened in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm before. There was a slight difference in the order in which the 3 great sages appeared, but other than Xiao Hua, the hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples only saw a flash of light before the 3 great sages' figures appeared. Needless to say, the aura of the great sages of the demonic beast race had already shaken their bodies. Nearly 70% of the disciples had already fallen from the sky. Humph. The moment the golden-winged great peng appeared, a proud golden light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the 2 trembling lightning ships in the sky and said, "Did this great sage see wrongly? There are actually humans invading my demonic beast race's sacred realm?" And they even flew the battleships to the center of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm? Not only did they invade my demonic beast race's sacred realm, but they also killed my Bai Qingyu's descendants. The five-colored sea god Seashell's words were calm, but his tone was filled with anger. This great sage really doesn't know who gave you humans such courage. Was it immortal Emperor Gochen or Mahavirakana? Interesting, interesting. The flying feather void beast laughed loudly. This great sage has never seen so many high-level Daoist cultivators before. Even the number one expert of the Daoist gate, the Grand Mist Ancestor, didn't have so many disciples, right? It's this Xiao. Xiao Hua sneered in his heart when he saw that the three great sages were ignoring him. The first thing they did was to talk about the 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples attacking Bai Qingyu. He knew the three great sages' intentions. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the five-colored sea god Seashell and said, "These are my Fortune Gate disciples. They obeyed my orders and came to massacre Bai Qingyu. What about it? Do you have a problem with that?" Hee hee. The five-colored sea god Seashell chuckled. As expected of a proud human cultivator. This great sage seems to have seen the Grand Mist Ancestor again. What's your name? This one is Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment before replying in a neither arrogant nor servile manner. He then looked at the golden-winged great Peng and cupped his fists. This Xiao only represents myself, not the human race. This time, I came to Bai Qingyu to deal with her. I have no intention of troubling the Thousand Beasts' sacred ground. Although Xiao Hua was furious, he was also furious. He originally wanted to hide behind the scenes to find out the truth, but when he saw Little White Dragon being suppressed and a few of his friends in a desperate situation, he couldn't take it anymore and revealed his true appearance. Once he revealed his true appearance, the truth seemed to stop at what he knew before. Now that the three great sages had appeared, it would be even harder to find the real culprit behind the scenes. However, when he thought about it, Little White Dragon's strength was only at the 5th level, and it was unlikely that the person who wanted to deal with him would be stronger than a beast king. Therefore, Xiao Hua patiently explained. After all, he had massacred the entire Bai Qingyu, and Feng Wu had already become a 7 stars great sage. She might even enter the great sage hall in the future. Xiao Hua didn't want to find trouble for Feng Wu. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's neither arrogant nor servile attitude was the human race's unique tolerance. In the eyes of the demon race, he was weak. The flying feather void beast glanced at Ni Quan, who was imprisoned by Xiao Hua, and didn't help him. He only smiled and said, "Since you're targeting Bai Qingyu, why did you imprison my beast king? You led more than 200,000 humans to the Thousand Beasts' sacred ground. Isn't that trespassing on my beast race?" The five-colored sea god Seashell was even more furious. "You're a 9th-level Mahayana cultivator, how can you bully the weak? Moreover, with your cultivation, how can my beast king offend you? Could it be that you've long planned to invade my Thousand Beasts' sacred ground and took this opportunity to come here?" Chapter 4380. Humph. The golden-winged great Peng snorted coldly as it spread its glowing golden wings. Waves of ferocious flames covered the sky as it charged towards the tens of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples. The golden-winged great Peng continued, "No matter what the reason is, anyone who dares to invade my Thousand Demons' sacred territory and injure my disciples must be killed." Humph. Xiao Hua harumphed coldly. He didn't do anything, but the lightning around his golden body suddenly shot out like hundreds of dragons, protecting the tens of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples. Not only did the lightning strike extinguish the ferocious flames, but it also condensed into several dozen zhang-wide lightning balls in the air, spinning inexplicably. You really do have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you dare to show off in my Thousand Beasts' sacred realm. The golden-winged great Peng chortled as the space within a radius of 1,000 kilometers began to crack. "Calm down, holy Peng." The five-colored sea god Seashell said in an indifferent voice, "I'd like to ask this human grand ascension stage being what caused him to bully the weak and kill all of my Biqing and Yuer with his hundreds of thousands of disciples. His 200,000 disciples won't be able to escape anyway, and if we force our way in, Immortal Emperor Go Qin and Great Solar will accuse us of bullying him with numbers. What bullshit nonsense. The flying feather void beast retorted coldly, humans only know how to sow discord and invert yin and yang, what's there to listen to? Holy Bay, if this bloodbath were to take place on my ancient Bell Mountain, how could I say anything to him? Xiao Hua was already prepared to fight, but his brows furrowed upon hearing the five-colored sea god Seashell's words. He pondered for a moment before releasing the three demon monarchs, and he said, "Your backers are here, so why don't you tell me what they're talking about? I won't wrong a demon, and I won't let a demon go, either. Holy Bay, you have to uphold justice for me." As soon as Bai Qingyu regained her freedom, she immediately flew toward the five-colored sea god Seashell as she continued, "This human Grand Ascension stage cultivator is bullying the weak, and he's accusing me of suppressing him. I'm only a puny demon monarch, how could I dare to oppose a human Grand Ascension stage cultivator? Boys of my pitiful Bai Qingyu died tragically in the hands of his hundreds of thousands of disciples. Damn it. The five-colored sea god Shell said angrily, "I asked you to tell me the reason. Why are you saying so many useless things?" Yes, I was wrong." Bai Qing faltered slightly upon hearing this before hurriedly replying, "I encountered a dragon around 100 years ago, and we had some enmity between us, so I imprisoned him. Who would have thought that this dragon would look exactly like this Grand Ascension stage being of the human race? On top of that, this dragon called himself Xiao Hua of the human race. How would this lowly one know who he is? I only knew that he had offended me, Bai Qingyu, which was why I suppressed him. I didn't care about what he said at all. But who would have thought that 100 years later, when I was holding a banquet in Bai Qingyu and invited the people of Sky-Concealing Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain to gather, this Grand Ascension stage human came to my doorstep. Not only did he rescue that dragon, he even used it as leverage to force me to summon that dragon. Otherwise, you will wash my banquet with blood. Think about it, Bei Sheng, how could this lowly one be a match for this Grand Ascension stage human? He rescued that dragon without anyone noticing, so where did this lowly one come from? Isn't this? Bai Qing pointed around with a tentacle as she spoke. Not only did this Grand Ascension stage human kill my boy, he also killed all of my friends from Sky-Concealing Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain. This lowly one and these two demon monarchs were almost killed by him as well. Bei Sheng, Ni Sheng, Peng Sheng, the three of you have to uphold justice for this lowly one. I, Bai Qingyu, no longer exist in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. This is all the doing of the human race. Bai Qing's words were 70% true and 30% false, and she had slightly reversed the cause and effect of this matter. However, it was these changes that had pushed all of the blame onto Xiao Hua and the human race. In the end, it was even suspected that she had instigated a war between the human race and the demon race. Damn it. The golden-winged Great Peng roared 3 times, and his voice shook the surroundings. Amidst the thunderous roar, Xiao Hua's indifferent voice rang out, "Don't the three of you want to hear what I have to say? The human race has always been good with words. They can even bring the dead back to life." The flying feather void beast chuckled, "This holy beast still believes in the words of the demon race. Let me explain." Before Xiao Hua could say anything, Ao Xing jumped out from the Fortune Gate's disciples and shouted. The 3 great sages had already seen Ao Sheng, and they couldn't help but frown when they saw him. The flying feather void beast calmly asked, "Ao Sheng, are you representing the Dragon Island or yourself?" "Of course I'm representing myself." Ao Sheng naturally knew what the flying feather void beast was implying, and he said, "However, Daoist Shao is the dragon master of my Dragon Island, and I'm sure the Great Holy Hall has already received a message from my Dragon Island." Bai Qingyu knew that Daoist Shao was the dragon master of my Dragon Island, but she still suppressed a dragon who looked exactly like Daoist Shao. Where is the dignity of my Dragon Island? I've always wanted to ask the Beast King Bai Qingyu, do you even have my Dragon Island in your eyes? You don't represent the Dragon Island, and you don't have the right to ask. The 5-colored sea god Seashell said indifferently, "However, for the sake of the Dragon Island, you can ask." At this point, there's no need to ask anymore. Even though Ao Sheng was facing a great sage of the demon race, and he could barely breathe under the pressure of a great sage, he still had his pride. He calmly replied, because I already know the truth. Since Ni Xing doesn't believe in the human race, I'll explain it to the three great sages. Ao Xing then explained everything he had learned from Ao Zhantian, as well as how Ao Zhantian had interrogated Shui Mingzi. He then looked at the three great sages with a smile and said, "Three great sages, did I make myself clear? Is there anything else you want to ask?" "Is that so?" The five-colored sea god Seashell looked coldly at Bai Qing and asked. "All right, Bei Sheng, I didn't receive any messages from the Dragon Island, so I naturally didn't know that this Grand Ascension stage human was the Dragon Master of the Dragon race. A few days ago, a dragon envoy from the Dragon Island came to pass on the Dragon Palace's message. At the time, I was completely baffled, and I hurriedly asked the dragon envoy to identify it. In the end, the dragon envoy said that the dragon I was suppressing wasn't a dragon master, and only then did I heave a sigh of relief." Bai Qing replied with a serious expression, "As for what the dragon envoy said, some of it is true. For example, I did indeed capture that dragon master. As for the rest, it's all just his wild guesses. How could I possibly risk offending the Dragon Island and provoking a rift between the Dragon Island and the Great Sage Hall? Of course, if this Grand Ascension stage human feels that I've offended him, I'm willing to apologize to him." As he spoke, Bai Qing manifested a five-colored soul from within the seashell. The soul took the form of a human and bowed toward Xiaohua. "Ni Sheng, this dragon master is exaggerating." Seeing that Xiaohua was ignoring Bai Qing, Ni Quan hurriedly said, "I don't know what he's talking about. I was only invited by Bai Qing to attend the banquet." If what he said was not his guess, then it was the despicable things that this lowly one's descendant of the human race did. This is also a matter of the human race, it has nothing to do with my ancient Bell Mountain or the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. "Where's your human descendant?" the golden-winged Great Peng asked. "Well." Ni Quan smiled bitterly, "Peng Sage, I have countless human descendants. Who knows where the human descendant he's talking about is? Ao Sheng, there's no proof. Where's that human?" Peng Sage looked at Ao Sheng. "I've already killed him." Ao Sheng replied indifferently. "Silencing him." Ni Sheng smiled, "This is a common method used by the human race." "I'm not a human." Ao Sheng was furious, "I'm a dragon master. You dare to call yourself I in front of this sage?" Peng Sage was furious, "Even Ao Jia wouldn't dare, right?" As he spoke, a golden light flashed in front of Ao Sheng. Then, a golden claw that was hundreds of feet long grabbed at Ao Sheng's back. Although it was just a shadow, the space around Ao Sheng was completely sealed. Ao Sheng didn't even have the chance to struggle. It was at this moment that the lightning in front of the golden light rumbled. A hand made of lightning appeared and crushed the shackles. Then, it grabbed Ao Sheng and lifted him up into the air, dodging the golden claw. "Damn it!" The golden-winged Great Peng roared again, "Human, it seems like you don't want to return to the hidden immortal continent." Xiaohua. At this moment, the five-colored seashell also said coldly, "My clan's demon monarch Bai Qing Yu has already apologized to you. Isn't it time to settle the matter of you killing my Bai Qing Yu boy?" When Xiaohua heard the three great sages singing the same tune, he understood that the three great sages would definitely side with him. Moreover, as a Mahayana realm cultivator of the human clan, he was a 9th grade origin energy realm cultivator. This was a huge threat in the eyes of the demon clan. Perhaps the three great sages had come here today mainly because of him. They didn't care about Bai Qing Yu's matter at all. Their goal was to keep him in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Of course, at the very least, they wanted his strength to drop by a realm. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Xiaohua looked up to the sky and laughed. "There's a saying in the human clan, a powerful dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. Originally, I wanted to give you a proper explanation. Killing Bai Qing Yu's demon clan can be considered as venting the anger in my chest. Since you're not afraid of making a big deal out of it, I'll accompany you to the end. It's just three great sages of the demon clan. I really don't care about them. While speaking, Xiaohua suddenly waved his right hand, and the universe in the sleeve technique appeared, instantly enveloping Ni Quan, Bai Qing, and Peng Jun in the air. The three great sages were shocked. They didn't expect Xiaohua to suddenly make a move in front of them. Just as they were about to rebuke him, they heard Xiaohua shout, "Fortune Gate disciples, send troops to the ancient Bell Mountain and Heaven-concealing Ridge. First, flatten the ancient Bell Mountain, then destroy Heaven-concealing Ridge. P.S. Thank you for the tip in the WeChat group. Although I didn't receive it, I've received your kind intentions." I remember when Buddha Bodhi attained enlightenment, he said to the heavenly demon Hualu, "Namo Maitreya Buddha, disciple is praying to Buddha here. I implore Buddha to raise his hand. If it's the Buddha kingdom, it should be returned to the Buddha kingdom. If it's the Buddha kingdom, it should be returned to the heavenly demon." Perhaps Jinjin's kind intentions are what the third-place candidate needs the most. I thank you for this. Now that I think about it, sometimes human nature can't be tested. Also, everyone worked hard to guess the questions last night. I thank you for this chapter. Of course, there are also many fellow Daoists who supported me, such as Habit and Nature. Chapter 4381. Yes, flatten the ancient Bell Mountain and annihilate the sky-concealing ridge. The group of Fortune Gate disciples roared. Although their voices were weak, their momentum was unstoppable. Kill. The flying feather void beast was enraged. Without waiting for the golden-winged Great Peng to say anything, it flapped its wings. In the next second, 1,000 li of space around Xiaohua was torn apart, and a spatial storm swept towards Xiaohua. At the same time, it also attacked the Fortune Gate disciples nearby. If others don't bully me, I won't bully others. If others bully me, I will exterminate them. Xiaohua smiled faintly and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. A pillar of light shot into the sky as Wen Chu flew over. As his true energy turned into pearls that filled the sky, the spatial cracks within 1,000 li were instantly mended. A group of Fortune Gate disciples flew away from the wrong gate. You are. The flying feather void beast was shocked when it saw Wen Chu fly out. Which immortal palace's literary star are you? This Wen Chu is not a literary star, and this immortal realm is not an immortal palace. Wen Chu replied indifferently, "This little one is Wen Chu. I like to help when I see injustice, and I hate people who distort right and wrong. Since the great sage of the Great Sage Hall is slandering fellow Daoist Xiao, then this little one has no choice but to help. This little one will fight with you." As he spoke, a boundless pillar of noble qi descended from the sky. Wen Chu had activated his sub-body, and it also grew to several tens of thousands of feet tall. He waved his right hand in the air, and a ray of sword light descended like a river towards the flying feather void beast. Damn it! When did so many 9th grade origin qi masters appear in the human race? The flying feather void beast sensed the sharpness of the sword light and cursed. It flapped its wings and disappeared into the void, while its sharp claws slapped the air. Rumble. The space rumbled like the sea, and layers of spatial cracks formed into waves of qi that rushed towards Wen Chu, pa pa pa. The spatial cracks like a snowstorm drowned the sword light, and the entire sky was filled with the sound of spatial explosions. When the sword light destroyed the spatial cracks, it also destroyed itself. Every time the sword light and spatial crack was destroyed, it would create waves of qi that covered the sky and earth, surging everywhere within 1,000 li. What a powerful aura. Wen Chu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "You are indeed a great sage of the demon clan." Even though the space crack had been destroyed, the sword light was still surging towards him. However, so what if he's a great saint? My heart is magnanimous, and I use my will to communicate with the heavens and earth. My sword is traceless, and I use justice to destroy evil. Wen Chu's voice was like the hum of a sword. He waved the sword in his hand 3 times, and countless pillars of energy fell from the void. Along with the sword energy, they sealed the space within hundreds of miles. As the sword energy soared into the sky, Jia Ming and Wen Chu's poems and essays released a righteous song that shook the heavens and earth. This sword of justice carried the boundless righteousness of literature as it pounced towards the flying feather void beast. Ka-cha-cha, ka-cha-cha. The roaring space chi exploded and collided with the sword hair seal. At the same time, the space cracks were torn apart, and the poem condensed by the inscription armor was also hit by the space force. It turned into a stroke and disappeared in the air. Humph, you are indeed a human Confucian cultivator. This is the first time this saint has seen such loyalty. The flying feather void beast's voice rang out in the void, and the arrogance in its voice had lessened by 30%. Clearly, this trial strike had allowed it to see that Wen Chu's strength was on par with its. When Wen Chu heard the flying feather void beast's voice, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the void without hesitation. This fist wasn't simple at all. Where the fist landed, the fragile space was torn apart once more. Countless pillars of vast energy rushed into the fist through the cracks. It was only a distance of 100 miles, so the fist arrived in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the fist had transformed from 100 feet in size to a meteor-like object. Boom! With a loud bang, the space dozens of miles in size was shattered by Wen Chu's punch. As the space cracks spread, circles of space collapsed, and Wen Chu's fist punched deeply into the void. Ha! The flying feather void beast's voice rang out again behind Wen Chu. Its laughter was full of mockery. Human, who do you think you are facing? How can this kind of attack be a match for this saint? Wen Chu smiled and withdrew his fist. He glanced around with bright eyes. He knew that this flying feather void beast was proficient in spatial arts. Although it didn't release its domain, it could move freely in this space. If Wen Chu didn't have any other means, he could only use his domain to suck it in. Only then would he have a way to deal with it. But the other party was a great saint of the demon race. In terms of strength, it was only stronger than him, and it was also proficient in spatial magic. It was unlikely that he could suck it into his space. He could only think of other ways. Wen Chu thought for a moment and opened his mouth to recite, Zhao Ke's beard tassels, Wu Go's frost and snow. Silver saddle on white horse, valiant as a meteor. As the poem was recited, countless pillars of Aoran chi fell from the inscriptions on the armor. Then, the figure of a knight on a white horse appeared in the sky. The white horse galloped, and the sound of the horse's hooves was very clear in the sky. Oh my God, you really scared this saint. The flying feather void beast was about to burst out laughing in the void. He shouted, you actually used such a method to fight this saint? Do you think this is a game for you humans? As he spoke, the nearby space rippled again. Space bubbles big enough to collapse mountains rushed out of the void and rushed toward the white horse. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of the white horse's hooves was still crisp, and it was still calm. No matter how the bubbles burst, the saint easily steered the white horse to avoid them. Although the air waves blew the saint's clothes askew, the saint's eyes were as tenacious as Wen Chu's. The flying feather void beast suddenly had a bad feeling. Although the knight on the white horse was just charging straight ahead, he always felt that the knight on the white horse's eyes were locked on him. A kind of fear that he had never faced before gradually approached his heart. Damn it. The flying feather void beast muttered in a low voice. As its feathers swayed, a spatial storm dozens of miles away was set off, and it fiercely rushed toward the saint. At this point, the flying feather void beast no longer dared to treat the saint as a battle puppet. Killing one in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. When the deed is done, leave with a flick of your sleeves, hide your identity and reputation. Wen Chu saw the flying feather void beast attack, and as he chanted, the flying sword in his hand slashed down again. The sword light was different from before. The sword light illuminated the night sky, and it split into countless sword hairs, each one sharp and unshakable. When the sword hairs fell on the spatial storm, all of the spatial cracks were split in half. There was no exception. What surprised the flying feather void beast the most was that the sword hairs, which were originally split up, suddenly flew up again after the spatial storm was suppressed, and suddenly pierced into the void. Oh? The flying feather void beast was a little stunned. What's going on? But a moment later, the flying feather void beast came to its senses and laughed loudly. Its laughter echoed in the air, and it was impossible to find its specific location. The human race is really cunning. I was just trying to lure this saint into a trap, but you actually went so far. Ouch. Just when the flying feather void beast thought that it had seen through Wen Chu's trick, the knight on the white horse suddenly turned around and pulled out a bright sword from his back. He then slashed down at a place below him. The flying feather and eye void beast was shocked. Wasn't the place where he was hiding? Just as the flying feather void beast was shocked, Wen Chu raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Boom! A stream of Xiantian true qi spewed out, and the heaven and earth pagoda appeared in the clouds. The heaven and earth pagoda appeared in the sky, and immediately emitted a bright brilliance. This brilliance scattered all over the space where the flying feather void beast was hiding. Along with this brilliance, countless streams of noble qi fell and quickly condensed in the space within 1,000 miles. An unparalleled wave of true qi came from the heaven and earth pagoda, and at the top of the space, a blue sea-like sky was born, completely covering the space. Below the space, a wasteland like earth was also born, echoing the sky and confining the entire space. When this confinement was born, a wave of ripples swept down from the sky to the ground, and the flying feather void beast's figure was revealed behind this ripple. Until now, the flying feather void beast's face was still full of disbelief. He really couldn't believe that Wen Chu could actually identify his tracks with a saint on a white horse. Eat my sword. Wen Chu didn't give the flying feather void beast too much time. As soon as his figure appeared, he immediately released the flying sword that had been accumulating power for a long time. Boom! The flying sword fell like a meteor, dragging a dazzling brilliance behind it as it pierced towards the flying feather void beast. The huge roar was deafening even under the suppression of the heaven and earth pagoda. Humph! The flying feather and eye space beast snorted coldly. It twisted its body, and the tail on its back smashed through the air. The huge shadow was like a mountain range. Even the heaven and earth pagoda above the flying feather and eye space beast's head trembled slightly when the shadow moved. Clang! The flying sword hit the flying feather void beast's tail, and tens of thousands of sparks flew. At the same time that Wen Chu's flying sword was sent flying, more than 10 cracks appeared on the flying feather void beast's tail. There was still a lot of sword qi between these cracks, which was madly worshipping the demon runes around the flying feather void beast, wanting to rush into its body. Seeing that the flying sword was ineffective, Wen Chu's figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light and rushed up. As he waved his fists, the noble qi pillar fell again, and along with Wen Chu's fist, rushed towards the flying feather void beast. Haha, human, you're too bold. You actually dare to compete with a great saint of the demon race? The flying feather void beast laughed loudly, spread its wings, and also waved its front claws to meet Wen Chu. Although the nearby space was sealed by the heaven and earth pagoda, a star mark appeared on the flying feather void beast's chest. Endless power of the stars and moon came from that star mark and rushed towards Wen Chu, its power no less than Wen Chu's. Chapter 4382. Boom, boom, boom. Wen Chu and the flying feather void beast clashed in close combat. Shockwaves that could destroy a mountain peak surged out one after another, tearing apart the space within several thousand miles. However, the shattered space quickly recovered under the suppression of the heaven and earth pagoda. Putting aside the fact that Wen Chu was fighting the flying feather void beast, the two 9th grade essence power great masters were evenly matched. Just the fact that as Wen Chu flew out, the golden-winged great rock's sharp eyes had already clearly seen the true form of Xiao Hua's transcendent artifact. He sneered, Kunlun mirror. No wonder you could bring several 100,000 disciples to buy Qingyu. So you have this treasure. After saying that, the golden-winged great Peng's gaze turned towards the 5-colored sea god seashell. Although they were several hundred miles apart, the 5-colored sea god seashell could clearly see the golden-winged great Peng's gaze. 9th grade cultivators of the 3 continents were the foundation of the confrontation between the various forces. Just like how the Fortune Gate's 200,000 nascent soul realm disciples had attacked by Qingyu. Although Bai Qingyu's demonic beast clan was completely annihilated, as long as the five-colored sea god seashell appeared, these 200,000 nascent soul realm disciples were nothing but dust. Only Xiao Hua, who was a 9th-grade cultivator, was a match for the five-colored sea god seashell. The sudden appearance of a grand ascension stage cultivator like Xiao Hua had already shocked the golden-winged Great Peng. Now, Xiao Hua's Kunlun mirror actually flew out of the five-colored sea god seashell. In an instant, the balance between the human and demonic beast clans was broken. Although the two great sages of the demonic beast clans didn't take Bai Qingyu's matter seriously, the matter between the human and demonic beast clans didn't allow them to have other thoughts. They only had killing intent in their hearts. Almost without hesitation, the five-colored sea god seashell sneered, "Cunning human, hurry up and release my clan's juniors, or don't blame this great sage for being impolite." "Xiao Hua, how did my clan's juniors offend you? How dare you capture them in front of this great sage? Hurry up and release them, or don't blame this great sage for taking action." The golden-winged Great Peng also scolded. Xiao Hua had ordered more than 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples to flatten the sky-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain, and the only taboo was the three demonic beast kings. How could he release them? When he heard the two great sages' words, he laughed loudly. When did the demonic beast clan learn how to hide? Don't you just want to join forces to kill this Xiao? Why are you saying so many sanctimonious things? Kill. The five-colored sea god seashell roared furiously. 5 colors blossomed around its body like fireworks, and the brilliance that covered 1,000 miles rushed towards Xiao Hua. Boom! Xiao Hua pretended to shake the Kunlun mirror, and another pillar of light shot up into the sky. A figure flashing with green light flew out with an emerald soul armament in his hand. It was Daoist Wu. Daoist, which landed in mid-air, and his soul strands flickered inexplicably. Countless ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls came from the void. As the sound became louder and louder, Daoist Witch's body also expanded by 1,000 feet. In the end, he was hundreds of miles in size like a five-colored seashell. You. The five-colored sea god seashell said, "You," 3 times in a row, but in the end, it couldn't reveal Daoist Witch's origin. Because even with the five-colored sea god seashell's great sage ability, it couldn't tell whether Daoist Witch was a human or a demonic beast. Daoist Witch's eyes were dark green, and his face was also formed by soul strands. The five-colored sea god seashell could only see boundless primordial strange scenes on his face, and couldn't see his true appearance at all. Daoist Witch cupped his hands and said, "I am a shaman." See. Hearing the word shaman, not only the five-colored sea god seashell, but even the golden-winged Great Peng sucked in a breath of cold air. An ancient memory and the ancient records of the great sage hall rushed into their minds. However, in just a moment, the five-colored halo around the five-colored sea god seashell calmed down, and it said coldly, "You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you call yourself a shaman? Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Ha! Daoist Witch was so angry that he laughed. He waved the sub-brush in his hand, and in his laughter, countless green seal characters surged out and turned into 3 corpses in thunder that roared within 1,000 miles. He said, "You're just a great sage of the demon clan, and you haven't even taken off your shell. How dare you boast so shamelessly? I was born in heaven and earth, and I obtained Tao from heaven and earth. I'm a shaman. How can you not know this? You don't even have Dharma eyes. How can you see I's origin? Damn it, damn it." The five-colored sea god seashell had always been proud of its monster body. It had never heard someone mocking it like this before. With a furious roar, the unbelievably huge seashell spread out in the sky, covering the sun and moon. The five-colored halo even shrouded everything within 1,000 miles. Without giving Daoist Witch any chance to struggle, the seashell immediately grabbed him and dragged him into its five-colored domain. Within the five-colored domain, all the essence of heaven and earth was imprisoned. All the spiritual power and true chi that belonged to the 5 elements were subdued. Apart from the faint halo that still gave off a dreamlike grandeur, Daoist Witch's voice sounded erratic. Daoist Witch had a faint smile on his face as he watched the five-colored light fill his body. The light flashed with inexplicable patterns. Then he opened his mouth and hundreds of green seal characters flew out. Once the green seal characters flew out, they immediately screamed. The sound was distorted in the domain, but the power of gods and ghosts completely ignored the five-colored domain. The green seal characters quickly combined and evolved in the domain until they turned into a huge green seal character. The moment the green seal character appeared, the entire five-colored domain began to shake violently. Streaks of dark green lightning appeared strangely and spread in all directions. The extreme dark green lightning was even brighter than the five colors of the domain. The extreme shaking was even more violent than normal lightning. Wherever the lightning went, the five-colored domain's light was wiped out and the space's imprisonment collapsed. Strands of essence of heaven and earth slowly entered the domain. Damn it, how could this be? In the five-colored sky, the voice of the five-colored sea god's shell was like that of a god, echoing everywhere within 1,000 miles. Then, in the places where the lightning hadn't reached yet, all the five-colored illusions appeared. They were waves, mountains, members of the Sea Clan, and even the Sea Clan. These illusions made all kinds of noises and rushed towards the lightning from all directions. Rumble. The entire domain began to shake and layers of bubble-like holes spread in all directions. Wherever the holes went, the five-colored lights and the lightning were all sucked in and annihilated. Ha! Daoist Witch looked up and laughed. He opened his mouth and spat out hundreds of green seal characters. Waves of mysterious sounds rang out and more three corpses in thunder appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! Seeing that Daoist Witch's three corpses in thunder wasn't part of the five elements and that his five-colored halo couldn't destroy it, the five-colored sea god Bei Tong also sneered. However, he saw a spike protruding from Daoist Witch's back and stabbing towards Daoist Witch's back without any sound. However, when the spike was 10 feet away from Daoist Witch, his body suddenly shook and his back turned into his chest. Daoist Witch raised his hand and the subbrush touched the tip of the spike. Whoosh! It seemed like water, like flowers blooming, or even like the exuberance of spring. A tiny green dot came out of the spike. Although the dot was tiny, it was as majestic as a world. In the five-colored sea god Seashell's domain, the almost omnipotent spike couldn't move it. The spike made a roaring sound and couldn't move an inch forward no matter what. The green color even started to spread again and corrode the depths of the spike. The spike had no choice but to use its five-colored light to fight against it. Damn it, I don't believe it. Within this saint's domain, this saint can't do anything to you. The five-colored sea god's shell seemed to have never been defeated like this before. It roared angrily and no longer cared about the realm that was destroyed by the three corpses' dark thunder at the edge of the space. Instead, tens of millions of spikes appeared around Daoist Witch. These spikes were of different sizes and length. Each spike carried a five-colored halo and the will of the five-colored sea god's shell. They all pierced towards Daoist Witch's Dharmakaya. Green light flashed in Daoist Witch's eyes and he saw the tens of millions of spikes. The tip of each spike had the hideous smile of the five-colored sea god Seashell. Each spike was a clone of the five-colored sea god Seashell. Daoist Witch knew that if he was stabbed by the spike, his body would be destroyed by the five-colored light and his will would be controlled by the will of the five-colored sea god Seashell. However, the green light in Daoist Witch's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He really wanted to know how the five-colored Neptune shell would feel if it found out that he was just a clone of Xiao Hua when it rushed into his mind. However, this was merely a thought in Daoist Witch's mind. Daoist Witch was different from when he left the three continents. The essence of his physical body was sufficient and was even 100 times stronger than ordinary cultivators. He had become an independent individual. He couldn't take a huge risk and take an unconventional approach. After all, he had many methods to deal with the great saint of the demon race. Daoist Witch closed his eyes slightly. Boom! Green seal scripts appeared on the surface of his body and spun. They left his body and condensed into a huge light shadow a few miles to the left of Daoist Witch. This light shadow wasn't a magic array or a human. It was the image of God Shibai with a human head and a beast's body and 2 green snakes on his ears. This light shadow rippled slightly on the surface of Daoist Witch's body and then retracted. As the light shadow fell on the surface of Daoist Witch's body, Daoist Witch's human form transformed into God Shibai. At this moment, tens of millions of spikes had already landed on Daoist Witch's body. What puzzled the 5-colored sea god Seashell was that Daoist Witch didn't have any way to defend himself. He just let the spikes get close to him. A strange feeling suddenly arose in the 5-colored sea god Seashell's heart. Chapter 4383. However, as soon as the spikes pierced into Shibai's body, Daoist Witch let out a deep roar. The roar seemed to come from the abyss, yet it also seemed to come from the sky. At the same time, Shibai's light figure began to tremble violently. Along with the trembling, an unparalleled bloodline power was born from the light figure of Shibai. Wherever the spikes pierced into, the green seal script turned into tiny whirlpools. The bloodline power flowed through the spikes and rushed into the body of the 5-colored sea god shell. Woo! The entire 5-colored sea god shell turned upside down. A huge 5-colored halo appeared from afar. It was the primordial spirit of the 5-colored sea god shell. Oh no! The 5-colored sea god shell was shocked. He didn't expect Daoist Witch to have such an unfathomable ability. His biggest reliance was the 5-colored halo. This halo contained the truth of the 5 elements. Everything in the world would be restrained by this 5-colored halo. Unfortunately, Daoist Witch's ability was a soul cultivator. It had nothing to do with the 5 elements. Even the brush was a brush of life. It didn't belong to the 5 elements either. That was why the 5-colored sea god shell's ability failed. In addition to the 5-colored halo, one of the divine powers of the 5-colored seashell was the 5-colored realm. The realm was bordered by the shell of the seashell. Any cultivator, whether human or demon, who was enveloped by the realm, would be isolated from the outside world. Even if the great sage of the demon tribe had the star mark, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape from the realm. The golden-winged great rock once fell into the sea god's shell and spent a lot of effort to escape. Unfortunately, the 5-colored sea god's shell didn't know that Daoist Witch had obtained the inheritance of the 13 great gods of Meng Mountain. Shibai's bloodline power was one of them. When the 5-colored sea god's shell trapped Daoist Witch in its 5-colored sea god's shell, it isolated Daoist Witch from the outside world. However, it also exposed its primordial spirit to Daoist Witch. Although his original body was everywhere in this 5-color domain, his actions were tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house when faced with the bloodline power of a 9th-grade elemental force. Therefore, when Daoist Witch activated his bloodline power, the 5-colored sea god's shell hid his primordial spirit very well. All illusions were useless in front of the ubiquitous bloodline power. Daoist Witch's primordial spirit was easily pulled out his primordial spirit. The 5-colored sea god Seashell was really scared out of his wits. At this moment, his primordial spirit was hundreds of miles away from Taoist sorcerer. However, this distance was nothing in the eyes of the great sage of the demon clan. Almost without hesitation, the bloodline primordial spirit general opened its mouth and a pillar of 5-colored brilliance shot into the sky, piercing straight towards Daoist Witch's head. Daoist Witch was Daoist Witch was Daoist Witch was Daoist Witch. Daoist Witch wasn't afraid at all. He waved his hand and the brush waved in front of his eyes. A picture of plum blossoms suddenly appeared. The plum blossoms seemed to come alive as the brush was lifted. They expanded rapidly and covered hundreds of miles of space in an instant. The plum blossoms on the plum blossoms contained endless vitality. When the murderous light beam landed on the plum blossoms, it turned into nothing. Although the light beam was so powerful that the plum blossom's vitality couldn't completely destroy it, the 5-colored sea god's shell's primordial spirit dimmed in the explosion. On the other side, Daoist Witch also opened his mouth. Whoosh! The thick green light beam condensed into the shape of a flying sword. It pierced through space and flew towards the primordial spirit in the distance. Kacha! Seeing the soul sword fly out, the 5-colored sea god's shell felt a sense of danger from his soul. He didn't dare to be careless. He couldn't care less about his primordial spirit being restrained by Daoist witch's bloodline power. He hurriedly activated the power of space and layers of 5-colored spatial barriers appeared. However, the barriers were transparent in front of the soul sword. The soul sword wasn't restricted by the power of space at all. It forced its way towards the primordial spirit even faster than lightning. Faced with such a strange soul cultivator's attack, the 5-colored sea god seashell could only dodge. However, his primordial spirit was controlled by the power of Daoist witch's bloodline. Not only could he not dodge, he was also pulled towards the soul sword. At this point, the 5-colored sea god seashell didn't dare to hold back anymore. Boom! With a loud sound, the 5-colored halos within thousands of miles suddenly surged and the entire 5-colored realm collapsed. As the starlight shone high up in the sky, 2 giant shells engraved with mysterious ultimacy shook in the distance. Daoist witch sensed that his bloodline power had missed. Similarly, where the soul sword landed, rings of 5-colored halos bloomed like flowers. However, the soul sword couldn't break through the defense of the 5-colored sea god seashell. Daoist witch didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly kept his soul sword. Then, he raised his hand and imitated Xiaohua. Boom! A bunch of green seal text rushed into the sky, and countless godly and ghostly sounds reverberated within a 1,000-mile radius. The green seal text landed on Daoist sorcerer's body, and great god Shibai's image changed again. He turned into the image of great god Jianghu with a human face, a bird's body, 4 wings on his back, and 6 claws on his chest, abdomen, and legs. As great god Jianghu was born, Daoist witch suddenly flashed and flew to the sky above the 5-colored seashell. Daoist witch waved his 6 claws, and a dark green brilliance shrouded thousands of miles in starlight. A space domain was formed. Great god Jianghu had the power of space. Daoist witch used the power of space to trap the great saint of the demon race in the 5-colored sea god's shell. The 5-colored sea god's shell was lured away by Daoist witch. Only Golden Wing Great Peng and Xiaohua were left in the sky. Golden Wing Great Peng wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he coldly looked at the 2 groups and said to Xiaohua, "Human Great Ascension Stage, you're quite capable. You were able to recruit so many experts. It seems that this saint underestimated you." Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said flatly, "It's nothing. They're just my avatars." Ha! The golden-winged great rock raised his head and laughed loudly. "You might be able to fool a 7th-grade origin energy kid with such a crude lie, but if you bring it to us, the great sages of the demon race, wouldn't you be looking down on us? No matter how exquisite your Dao techniques are, how can you refine another Confucian avatar with the same cultivation level as you? Even the most wondrous avatar technique of the demon race can't refine so many completely independent avatars." Hee hee. Xiaohua smiled but did not reply. The golden-winged Great Peng thought that he had exposed Xiaohua's lie and said, "You don't have to hide anything. Your human race has secretly nurtured so many supreme cultivators. What exactly are you planning? If this saint hadn't come to buy Qingyu on a whim today, I really wouldn't have thought that the demon race would covet the 1,000 demons sacred realm before the battle between immortals and Buddhas has ended." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He couldn't explain it. It was originally a very simple matter, but when it came from the mouth of the first great saint of the demon race, it immediately became too complicated. It actually reached the level of a war between the demon race and the demon race. "Do you want to answer now? Or do you want to wait until this saint kills you?" Golden Wing Great Peng asked coldly. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer, Golden Wing Great Peng spread his wings. Seeing that the space around the golden-winged great rock had already formed countless tiny whirlpools and streams of moonlight were pouring out, Xiaohua naturally knew that this question was merely a challenge. Today's battle was already unavoidable. "Let's fight." Xiaohua spat out 2 words faintly. Then his figure flashed, turning into lightning and rushing towards Golden Wing Great Peng. The wishful staff in his hand had already been swung out. The golden-winged Great Peng had been accumulating power for a long time. When it saw Xiaohua flying over, it spread its wings, and its entire body turned into a stream of light. Its 2 golden claws carried the power of heaven and earth, and the aura of a great sage, as it descended from the sky towards Xiaohua's head. Boom! The wishful steel staff hit the golden claw, but a small crack appeared on the golden claw. Several unmatched forces poured out from the cracks of the claw. Xiaohua's wishful steel staff flew diagonally with the golden light. Xiaohua's body was hit by the demon body of the golden-winged giant peng bird. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed. He knew that his magical power was not the opponent of the first master of the demon race. Then he grabbed with both hands. Boom! The thick 9th heaven divine thunder turned into a thunder sword in Xiaohua's hand. Looking at the golden wing great peng's figure, which was more ferocious than a mountain, Xiaohua stretched out his hand. The thunder cut through the sky and hit the wings of the golden wing great peng. Boom! Where the lightning landed, the golden-winged rock's body was stopped. Although its wings, which seemed to be made of gold, were bombarded into a mess by the lightning, the golden light that overflowed once again annihilated the lightning. Damn it! The feathers of the golden-winged great peng were disheveled. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and angry. He also cursed and flapped his wings. Woo-woo! A hurricane was born, blowing the space within 1,000 miles until it collapsed. The powerful hurricane landed on Xiaohua's body. Not only did it cause his protective light to sway, but it also made it impossible for him to stand steadily in the air. He was about to fall into the distance. But just as Xiaohua's figure was just out of balance and fell into the hurricane. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiaohua's body flashed with a light blue brilliance. Then Xiaohua urged the wind escape technique. Against the wind, he approached the golden wing great peng in the blink of an eye. Oh! Seeing that Xiaohua actually knew the wind escape technique, the golden wing great peng was a little surprised. However, he was not afraid of anything. With a flap of his right wing, it seemed as if the entire sky was collapsing as he smashed towards Xiaohua. Rumble. The golden-winged rock's right wing had only just flapped, when Xiaohua first moved. As his hands rubbed, thousands of crystal lights fell into the air, and layers of divine lightning from the 9 heavens were born from the top of his head, rushing towards the golden-winged rock like a mountain flood. Moreover, just as the lightning poured down, Xiaohua waved his hands slightly again. Hundreds of strands of 4-colored spiritual fire were caught in the lightning and rushed towards the golden wing great peng. P.S. Thank you, Mr. Xianqing, for representing all the fellow Daoists. Thank you, fellow Daoists, for your support. Chapter 4384. The golden-winged rock's right wing had already flapped out. The space within a few hundred li had just collapsed when it was immediately covered by the lightning tide, disappearing without a trace in a few breaths of time. As for the golden-winged rock, the golden light in its eyes flickered. Ga. With a clear cry, its entire demonic body suddenly retreated, and its pair of golden wings flapped again. This time was different from before. Not only did the wings burst forth with a pillar of starlight, the innate demonic characters on the feathers also appeared. Along with the flapping of the wings, there were also tens of millions of golden lights that either condensed into flying swords or sharp thorns, attacking the lightning tide like a storm. Boom! 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 An explosion that was even more violent than the other 2 battles shook the sky thousands of miles away. Ga. The golden-winged rock let out another sharp cry. Its wings flapped, and its entire demonic body flew out from the explosion, attacking Xiaohua. Clearly, it wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. How could Xiaohua not know what it was thinking? Seeing its demonic body appear, Xiaohua raised his hand and waved it. Once again, an extremely large amount of lightning condensed into a huge fist and struck down. Seeing that it had just flown past the explosion and was about to be hit by a fist, the golden-winged great rock opened its mouth. Woo! A golden beam of light shot out and hit the fist. With a loud bang, the fist was shattered, and the lightning scattered everywhere. That golden pillar of light was also annihilated in midair. Ga. The golden-winged rock flew out proudly. Boom boom boom. Another few faint sounds of fire whistling rang out. Between the golden-winged rock's wings, abdomen, and other parts, they were all ignited by the four-colored spiritual fire. Ha! Xiao Hua laughed. The large hand that was originally going to attract the golden-winged rock's attention dissipated in midair, and he raised his hand again to prepare a transcendent artifact. How is this possible? Seeing its own golden feathers actually melting under the four-colored spiritual fire, and the demonic characters on its abdomen feathers being annihilated by the four-colored spiritual fire, the golden-winged rock almost didn't dare to believe its own eyes. He hurriedly retreated and flapped his wings again. Beams of starlight and moonlight and demonic runes surged, trying to destroy the four-colored spiritual fire. Unfortunately, when all the power of the stars and moon and the demonic runes landed on the four-colored spiritual fire, not only was it unable to extinguish the spiritual fire, but it also made the spiritual fire even more vigorous. Furthermore, the violent hurricane was unable to extinguish the four-colored spiritual fire. The four-colored spiritual fire was like a maggot that followed the golden-winged rock closely. Hand over your life. Seeing the golden-winged rock in panic, Xiao Hua roared and waved his hand, releasing the death spirit origin light. Boom! The thing with a nose and eyes appeared on the sword gourd, and then the death spirit origin light also soared into the sky, falling towards the golden-winged rock's neck. Swoosh! At this moment, the golden crown on the golden-winged rock's head emitted a golden light. This golden light was oval in shape and covered the golden-winged rock's head. When the death spirit origin light landed on this golden light, it was unable to cut down anymore. Humph! The golden-winged rock snorted coldly again, and a layer of strange demonic characters appeared on its demonic body again. After this demonic character appeared, a phantom of the golden-winged rock was born, like a molted shell. And the real demonic body had clearly shrunk by one size. Although it was only a space of a few miles, the four-colored spiritual fire was actually unable to pass through the phantom formed by the demonic characters. Whoosh! Seeing that the demonic characters were effective, the golden-winged rock immediately flew and escaped from the shell. Looking at the demonic character shell again, in just a few breaths, it had already been completely engulfed by the four-colored spiritual fire. Huff! The golden-winged rock let out a long breath, and the flashing golden eyes revealed an ominous glint. Looking at Xiao Hua in the distance, it was about to attack again. Suddenly, the golden-winged rock was stunned. The golden light in its eyes suddenly converged, and then circles of golden light shot out from its eyes. What was extremely strange was that where the golden light fell, the space seemed to be washed by a rainstorm, and the scenery changed. When the mist covering the scenery was lifted, the golden-winged rock was surprised to find that the previous four-color spirit fire was not extinguished at all, but it was frantically burning its wings and beastkin body. Looking at Xiao Hua in the distance, he was holding the sword gourd in his left hand, and he was making gestures again. There was a mirage butterfly on his shoulder, and there was also a trace of surprise on his face. It turned out that everything just now was just an illusion created by the dream mirage butterfly. Xiao Hua wanted to use this illusion to let the four-colored spiritual fire completely kill the golden-winged rock. Unfortunately, the golden-winged rock was really powerful, and this illusion was still discovered by it. However, the golden-winged rock did not have time to think too much, because at the same time that the illusion disappeared, a golden light fell from the sky along with Xiao Hua's seal again. This golden light was so sharp that even the golden-winged rock could not help but be startled. The golden-winged rock could not care about the four-colored spiritual fire around its body. Its figure hurriedly shook towards the sky, and huge phantoms instantly appeared in the air. The golden-winged rock's astonished expression could be seen clearly in each of the phantoms. Shwa! There was a soft sound, like rain falling on banana leaves. The golden light of the soaring dragon scissors fell, and each of the phantoms was cut with a bloody mark. Ga! In the sky above 100 miles, the golden-winged rock's mournful cry suddenly sounded. A string of golden blood drops fell with the wind. The soaring dragon scissors had succeeded in one strike. Xiao Hua could not believe his eyes. This was the strongest expert of the demon clan. How could it be so easily injured by him? However, at this time, Xiaohua could not care so much. He raised his hand and the soaring dragon scissors turned into a dragon again. The dragon's tail moved high in the sky, and like lightning, it struck the golden-winged rock again. Meanwhile, his figure soared into the sky, and the thunderous hand struck towards the golden-winged great rock like a meteor. Whether it was the soaring dragon scissors or the big hand, they had already stirred up the surrounding hundreds of miles of space. When the heaven-earth yuan qi fell, the brilliance of the stars and the moon was mixed in. Waves of black and white void power also came to join in the fun. It was really a scene of chaos. Shwa. There was no surprise. The soaring dragon scissors once again struck the golden-winged rock's body, and another drop of golden blood fell. At the same time, Xiaohua's thunder hand also hit the golden-winged rock's body. The several hundred miles of demonic body was hit by the big hand, and the four-colored spiritual fire had already completely covered the golden-winged rock's demonic body. Damn it! In the flames, the golden-winged rock's eyes were still golden like lightning, and it looked at Xiaohua fiercely. Xiaohua's face was innocent. He shrugged his huge shoulders and said with a smile, "The rock sage is well aware that this matter was stirred up by the demon clan of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. It has nothing to do with this Xiao. If anything happens to the rock sage, I'll send the demon monarch of the sky concealing ridge to accompany you. I won't let you be too lonely in the afterlife." Ha! The horror on the golden-winged rock's face suddenly disappeared, and it laughed heartily. A mere Grand Ascension stage human dares to boast so shamelessly. You think you can do anything to me with these puny spiritual fire of yours? As it spoke, the four-colored spiritual fire began to burn brightly, completely beyond Xiaohua's control. Not good. How could Xiaohua not know that the golden-winged rock had already come up with a countermeasure? The four-colored spiritual fire was extremely strange, and even Xiaohua himself didn't know how to deal with it. He didn't think that the golden-winged rock would be able to break free. Now that the soaring dragon scissors had failed, Xiaohua could only use the demonic saber slaughter. A ferocious light flashed through Xiaohua's eyes as he raised his left arm slightly, and a layer of crimson light emerged from his left hand. It was also at this moment that the golden-winged rock let loose a mournful cry. Within the four-colored spiritual fire, the golden-winged rock suddenly disappeared, and its entire demonic body transformed into a layer of crimson light. The crimson light surged like demonic blood and rapidly expanded, instantly creating a gap in the four-colored spiritual fire. Then, without waiting for Xiaohua to take any action, a loud bang resounded, and a pillar of blood-colored brilliance soared into the sky. It was no less than 30,000 meters high. Furthermore, there were crimson threads seeping through the gaps between the four-colored spiritual fire. This is... Xiaohua was completely dumbstruck as he stared at the pillar of crimson light with a perplexed expression. However, several breaths later, another bird cry rang out, and this cry was filled with joy and relief. Following this cry, a crimson projection that was only 1,000 feet in size appeared at the top of the pillar of crimson light. As soon as this projection appeared, an exceptionally clear star mark appeared within it. On top of the star mark, the creases of the mountain range and the fine traces of the river could be clearly seen. Swoosh! Xiaohua's gaze had just landed on the star mark when it immediately emitted a resplendent radiance. The radiance not only covered the tyrannical illusory figure but also illuminated the space within a radius of 10,000 miles. At the same time, in the endless starry sky, there was also a star that emitted starlight, covering a large area of the starry sky. Boom! Another deafening roar resounded, and the entire night sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Pillars of starlight and moonlight filled the night sky, which were filled with a primordial aura, poured down like a torrential river, ignoring space and instantly enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. Along with this pillar of starlight and moonlight, there was also a heaven and earth restriction that enveloped an area of several thousand li. Not to mention that the four-colored spiritual fire was instantly extinguished, not to mention that Xiaohua was imprisoned by this heaven and earth restriction, he couldn't even move. Even the thoughts in his mind had slowed down. Nirvana rebirth? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Xiaohua was restricted by the heaven and earth phenomenon, and when Chu, the flying feather void beast, Daoist Wu, and the five-colored sea god Shell were also affected by this phenomenon. Although they didn't suffer as much as Xiaohua, they couldn't use their abilities smoothly, and the battle between them was also stopped. In particular, the heaven and earth pagoda's suppression collapsed under this heaven and earth phenomenon, and Daoist Wu's spatial restriction also collapsed and could no longer be perfected.